All right. Hello. Good morning. I hope everyone can hear me and this microphone thing is not causing an issue. Let me know. It keeps changing my settings. I don't know why. Um. Okay. So far, so good. I guess I don't know either. I guess we'll find out. Aren't you a Machiavel, narcissist, sociopath, gay witch, something? Um. Trash to me are people that degrade conversations or degrade communities. The here I'll show y'all. 1 second here. This the levels of self determination, the green arrows, the community moving upward past this threshold of independence, and then there's these red arrows that drag communities downward. This is what I consider trash right here. The bottom, the trash sinks to the bottom. Um, I'm trying to stay here and be a green arrow and help. I want other people on panel that could be green arrows. And so that's my broad definition of trash. Is anything that moves conversations downward or moves the community or the panel or the stream downward. And honestly, Hank, like I don't have an issue from you with that at all. Ooh, hang on, there's noise. Oh, okay. Um, you can come up if you want. I'm just doing the coffee thing, and I found some more DEI. By the way, uh, take a look at this. Oh, did I put the link? I don't think I did. I tell you what, let me go over this real quick, and then I'll throw it up. Is this okay? Look, this is Duke University School of Medicine. And they have this dismantling racism and advancing equity, diversity, and inclusion in the School of Medicine. And look, much of this work was originally inspired by calls for justice and an end to systemic racism following George Floyd's murder in 2020. So that's what inspired all of this. The George Floyd thing started this whole myth or narrative of racism. All of a sudden, everybody in America was racist and trying to keep black people down. And the cops were part of this system, and they were constantly like suppressing and oppressing these innocent black people. And it was just ridiculous. But for some reason during COVID, it took. And so just like there was a narrative that got created in 2016 when Donald Trump got elected, I think there was another one that got accelerated or introduced during the George Floyd thing. And what that narrative made its way into policy. Like when Biden took office a year later, all of that myth suddenly got put into policy because they were riding that wave, that momentum. And this is part of it. Let's take a look at their plan. Look at this. Oh, where's their title page? Anyway, this is dismantling racism and advancing equity, diversity, and inclusion. The past year has been challenging in ways we never could have imagined given dual pandemics. So there were two pandemics. There was COVID-19 and there was the acute harmful impacts of racism. So there was a second pandemic of racism. Y'all, this is Duke University Medical School. This is it. This is their material. So those that think I'm being propagandized or brainwashed, I'm reading their own stuff. It's been a year of tremendous pain and loss. So they created this strategic plan, dismantling racism and advancing equity, diversity, and inclusion in the School of Medicine. So I just want to show you that it's out there. Cultivate an inclusive, equitable, and anti-racist environment. This is the same time that the Robin DiAngelo White Fragility book took off, and all the white people were freaking out and losing their minds that they were racist. They actually believed what she said in this book, that they were somehow secretly racist, and it was freaking them out. And these were like really smart, intelligent people, and we were all hanging out together, doing groups, having deep, intelligent conversations, talking philosophy and all kinds of stuff. And all of a sudden, like a few weeks later, they're all thinking that they're racist, and they're all worried about their racism. And I'm like, where did none of you are racist? My God, I wouldn't be like spending all these hours with any of you if you were racist. I'm from the South. I know racism, believe me. But they honestly thought they bought into this racism thing. And it was so bizarre to me because I watched it happen and how quickly it happened. Advanced, let's see, sustainability, critical enablers. I'm interested in that one. Implementation priorities. Let's look at the enablers. Oh, to enable the plan for success. I see. So this is all it takes to get their DEI in. The organizational structure, data and transparency, partnerships, communication, resource allocation. I don't even care about what any of that stuff is, really. Office of VDD DEI. What is that? That sounds gross. I don't know. I Googled it, but a whole bunch of stuff came up that wasn't related. Implementation. Vice Dean for DEI. This is very technocratic. This is how they do things up here, too. Develop a plan, develop and pilot, collaborates. I don't see anything concrete so far. Nurture, reward, and attract outstanding talent. Don't medical schools already do this stuff? Oh, minority. Black, Hispanic, minority people. So more BIPOCs. So that's why not just the best candidates? This was before the Supreme Court ruling, by the way. You know what? This stuff makes my head hurt. I don't even want to look at it anymore. I do want to get back to this one, though, because look what they did. Okay, and this is an update on that dismantling racism. January 2023, the dean created a new leadership role, the Vice Dean for Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion, and rebranded the Office of DEI now as the Office of EDI, Equity, Diversity, Inclusion. So they flipped the words around. See, this is what they spend their time on. None of this can I take seriously. All aspects of appointments, promotion, and tenure to create a framework on how to evaluate scholarship in the domain of. So now they're taking the medical scholarship that comes out, and they're running it through this DEI lens to look for those power differentials or whatever that relate to power that they look for. And we saw that same thing yesterday in the National Science Foundation. This all happened under Biden. Even in the documents itself, it goes back to 2020, George Floyd. They say so. So if people think that I'm making any of this up, or it's not happening, or it's a conspiracy, or I'm brainwashed, or please come up and tell me where I'm getting it wrong. Who's Paul? Oh, is it Unslaved Paul or P.F. Young Paul? Yeah, I don't mess. I'm learning that I'm learning several things. I'm learning that the people in these panels are way more dysfunctional than I realized they were. And it's a level of dysfunction I'm not used to. I don't know how to be around. And I'm learning that people really don't understand autism. I don't expect them to, but they understand it even way less than even where I had that my estimate of what they understood set. Oh, hey, freak. Yeah, freak's probably trash. Trash is not always a bad thing, though. I'm swamp trash. I've been called that before. What? Oh Lord, I don't want any more panel drama. But what happened? You know what? There's a panel drama in the Discord, so I think all the panel drama could move there, unless. Because here's another thing I'm realizing. Like, in a way, I'm kind of glad the troll happened because it helped me to see things that I don't know if I would have noticed without that catalyst. Um, and I want to be able to talk about that kind of stuff, the larger insights it's bringing up, without necessarily focusing on the drama. So the drama itself, I think, can stay in the Discord, and I don't mind talking about it there, answering questions there, etc. But I think for the streams, it's one of those red arrows that brings it down, and I want to do this. So we can have a little bit of red arrows in the Discord, but on the stream, I want to keep it a little more elevated because I know what this could do. Like yesterday, I had the best time talking with Untrackable. By the way, Untrackable, if you're out there, I very much would like you to come back one day and talk more about his jobs and being in the military, being working class, the economy today, et cetera, et cetera. That is much more the conversations that I enjoy having, that fulfill me. That's where I get my meaning, et cetera. And it was me yesterday. Part of it is just my ADHD or my neurodivergence or whatever. And I let the panel get sidetracked with some drama that I didn't. In the moment, it didn't even cross my mind to deflect it or redirect it. And I wish it had. I thought it was a learning moment where we could examine it and look at it and learn from it. And it didn't turn out to be that. And that's on me. Have I forgiven Cynthia? There's not going to be forgiveness. And because the video, I can watch the videos over and over. So as long as the videos are out there for me to see, it's always going to be resurrected. I don't pay attention to it, but I know it's out there. I don't know if you've ever been attacked really hatefully for something that you have no control over or can't do anything about, like sexual orientation, neurotype, skin color, culture, etc. It's a special kind of savagery or barbarism or hatefulness, and it's ugly. Like the racism and the stuff that the woke talk about, the actual racism, and I've seen some of it. It is ugly. It leaves a cold feeling in your stomach, or at least it does with me. And so being on the receiving end of that it's not a feeling that you get over or forget very easily. I put the orange traffic cones around her. I know what kind of person she is. If you don't think she's going to do it to you, she will. She described in great detail the level of friendship that she thought we had. So that's the level of person she's willing to do this to. I personally think if you have a problem with someone, pulling them aside and having a one-on-one conversation with them first is the superior approach. She's demonstrated her alternative approach. People can decide which one they prefer. I think mine's better. I stand by mine. I think it's going to get better long-term outcomes and results that are more positive on an interpersonal level and community level. So, but I can't do people's thinking for them or deciding. So I could just put out my version. So that's how I would have handled it. That's how I would have handled it with the preacher. That's how I would have handled it with me. Other people in the past have been able to do that with me just fine. So that would have been my preference of how to handle it. For shelter. Oh, it is open panel, by the way. Did I put the link? No, I did not. Coming right up, folks. There we go. And there's also, I was going to talk about it today. I'll save it for another topic, but there's this thing called workplace mobbing that it also reminded me a little bit of. having been on the receiving end of that several times. All right, let's get some thoughts. What's up?
So I kind of have everything you have, but since I get more pressure for it, I kind of gone over it. So I
Like
don't
you
know.
get it more often, and this is my
Yes,
first little taste of it.
yes. So I get it so often it's just like it tastes like fried
Just
rice or white rice to me. So it's bland.
part of it is I have gotten it a lot in real life, but it's been a while, and so a lot of this is bringing up past associations. But this is like the first version of it that's coming from somebody I take seriously or did take seriously. But you're right. Like, is it just if you go through it enough times, you build up a resiliency?
Oh, absolutely. And all these spiritual warriors, they even know how to start to hit my weak points.
I totally forgot about the spiritual warfare part because she said that
Yes.
in her video too. So
Yeah.
it's not even just about. I'm like an avatar for some spiritual war that's going on in their minds because there's been other people that have brought up spiritual war as well.
Yeah. But they don't even know how to begin to attack my weak points. And fortunately, I'm actually trying to figure out where my weak points either, but they're just not confident enough to figure anything out.
You want to know
That's my
some of them, or should I tell you in private? I don't want to
no in
give all
public. In
your
public,
exploits
so
away.
yes, in public, so by the time someone uses them, they screw it up because that was my strong point. Assuming they do any research at all.
Well, I'll tell you a few that I might notice that could
Mm-hmm.
be. Yeah, that was intentional. Actually, after last night, it's just not fun anymore. Last night turned a corner for me. The fun kind of went out of it, and I need to be taken. I didn't realize as many people saw me the way that they said they saw me, and I want to be Jeff now. I want to be taken seriously. Despite all the weirdness and other stuff. So the horns, the feeling ended. They just don't. I just don't. I'm not feeling the horns anymore. And maybe they'll come back, but right now, I just need to be a human, like a human, a male, an American, whatever. So that's that. The big one that I've noticed with you is your aware. It's the same one with me. It's your social awareness. Because I think
Yes.
you go on these panels sometimes, and I'm noticing the same thing happens with me. And I think you think one thing is going on, but I think people have you in a game of their own at the same time that you don't always notice, and they kind of play you that way.
Well, they don't think I always knows it, but the people who say who emphasize social awareness enough are totally blind. Like Cynthia and Illuma Tommy, they're totally blind, but they think they're socially aware. So my critics don't really have a leg to stand on if we look objectively at what's going on.
So, like some of these panels where you're kind of being exploited for entertainment, you are aware at the time it's happening that they're doing that.
Absolutely, people, people, me included, stream on YouTube to get views. We want to get attention. It is a show, even
Some of
though
it's
it's causes of our real life too. But still it's show nonetheless. It's a reality show. Bring your own script.
So I can't always I take that stuff seriously, probably because most of my experience with it is real life. Like that's the actual real life stuff that people in my field end up working with. So when I see it, I'm thinking it's the real thing. But even in her video, she did say at the very beginning that she has a content creator's mind and she's always looking for content and she's thinking content creation, everything. So, and it reminds me of that time that Steven was on and Dutchy and Denizen were, there was that big thing about the carpet match the drapes and all that. And it turns out they do similar type of trolling. And I don't know how to tell when something's a troll and when to take it seriously. And so many of these things are trolls.
Just
It's
assume
performance
everything's a
art.
troll. Assume everything's a troll to prove it otherwise.
then that is on me because I get sucked in. I buy into that. Oh, this is a person with a problem. Maybe I can help.
Yeah.
When it's
Which is,
actually a content creator creating content.
well, here's the thing. It's spilled over to real life. So if you just got out of the house more, well, you'll be used to this anyways.
That is a yes. Brand, you are bringing the wisdom today.
So since I work already outside the house already through COVID, I'm just used to this.
You have more of a balance.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like for example, early on when I was the train for outbound, I was blamed for stuff I didn't have authority for, and actually had to fight. I had to just write my manager up multiple times just to get some boundaries actually enforced. So
How did that go?
well, I'm still working. Everyone loves me, pretty much. So it worked well for me. They got promoted away, but I just needed to get. I had to first get trained properly and then get some boundaries for where to start from because I can't improve the training if I have no time to actually improve the training or didn't have the documents I needed to train quick and efficiently. So they just let me make my own documents, even though it was technically against the rules. But well, we had to figure out something. So just they didn't have any better ideas, so we just went with mine.
So did they ask you to help improve the training? Is that one of the job duties?
That's they tacitly well, if they complain about the training not being good enough and need me to do something about it, then that's the same thing as asking me to improve the training.
Yeah, you're right. Oh, so that's one of your roles, as trainer.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I may not have the authority, so I just took some and just used whatever tools I have available, which is my computer and printer, to improve the training, even though it's technically against the rules because the person in corporate who's supposed to be doing that or sleeping at the wheel. So I'll just do it.
Take it. If my job was training and they said the training's not good enough, I would take it as I need to improve it somehow.
Yeah.
Hey, dude.
And the rules are bad, then I'll just break them.
Mm-hmm. I do that,
But,
Gentlemen,
Denizen,
what's good?
I am.
That's what we're trying to figure out. What is good?
Facts.
Do you have any clues? Facts are good. I like facts, provided that they
I
are
like
facts.
facts.
I do.
Yeah,
I love.
yeah. So I know the people who criticize my social skills proven that their skills are worse than mine. For example, Aluma Tommy streamed for 4 hours on Jack Talcott's show and didn't get to any points at all. And he thinks my social skills are bad.
It's so hard to evaluate social skills with people like us because it's always referenced against the neurotypical norm
Yeah.
of social skills. So if you evaluate it on our own terms, the picture looks different and it looks very individual. Like you almost can't compare two Spurgs with each other to evaluate their social skills.
Yeah.
Nor can you really compare it against neurotypicals either.
Yeah, and you can't compare neurotypicals against each other either because the framework is garbage. I'm sorry, your colleagues' framework is trash. That's why I don't give money to them. I actually should send some money to you sometime, but I don't really send money to.
Let me put my cash app.
Yeah, put your cash up there. I'll send you some money, but your colleagues' frameworks is trash. That's why I don't ask them for help anymore because they don't know what they're doing. They just have a script that they read out because it kind of works for enough people to not be fired. But they have no understanding of what's going on.
Are these are you these private people like you're finding through your insurance, or is it the public agencies?
Yeah, both. I tried both.
Because that is what you say is true.
Yes.
They do kind of build for the middle of the curve, and in the training, a lot of it is scripted and templates and role playing. So they're going off of these little schemas that they have in their head. The first thing they're supposed to do, I'll tell you, any therapist or helping professional, the very first thing, the first few sessions, in fact, they should be getting to know you as an individual. They should be asking you questions, trying to get to know you as a person. And that's about it. And then as part of that process, eventually, together, the two of you would develop some goals of what you want to work on with this person, and some very concrete, specific goals. And you should be having a voice in what those goals are. So if that's not happening the first few sessions, then find another therapist or another professional.
Here's the thing. They can get to know me, but I'm so far off the norm, they don't know, they can't categorize me.
I don't use neurotypical therapists for that reason. There's therapists out there that specialize in autism or giftedness or neurodivergence,
allegedly
and
special
that's
in autism.
the only ones that work for me.
They allegedly specialize in autism. But
well, it's the ones that are also autistic themselves, because you can have neurotypicals that get like a training or certificate. It like, oh, we're specialized in autism, but that's not the type of. I'm talking about the people that are actually on the spectrum themselves, and they work with clients on the spectrum, and they know that population.
I could try that, but they don't actually have to disclose their medical information, so it's gonna be I'm gonna provide a lot of bullets just to hit one. So that's very annoying.
I remember a few years ago I Googled, because I wasn't getting what I was looking for out of my therapist either. I Googled either gifted or autistic, or maybe 2E, twice exceptional, that's another word, therapist in Seattle or something. And it gave me this whole, there were some websites with the whole list of therapists that had that specialty. And then I just called a few of them and found one that I clicked with. Looking at, is it Hank? Is Hank creepy?
Of course.
No, Hank doesn't look at the camera.
Are you,
yeah, I look at my monitors, which is.
Are you saying you're creepy?
He's not.
I don't look at the camera either.
Oh, well, yeah, you don't even have to.
Yeah, I'm looking at my
What's up,
monitors.
Tom? So that makes sense. You're going to be looking at the screen, where the people that you're talking to are, which means not making eye contact with the camera.
Oh, so you mean the actual camera? No, I never look at the camera.
Yeah, nobody's going to do that. That's weird. That's what a politician does. You're lying to me if you're looking at the camera.
Oh, right. If a panelist were staring at the camera. Yeah, that would be weird.
So without mentioning any names, what was it that tipped you off to the trolling behavior of aforementioned individual?
Well, I realized it first of all, I've always known she was a troll. But last night kind of tipped me off, because the effect that Snafu had on her, she was having an even bigger effect on the community. So in a way, she was just as much a troll as Snafu. And I went back and watched some of her video afterwards last night, and I didn't catch the part where she flat out says at the beginning that she's a content creator. And her brain is always thinking about how can I make content out of something. And when she said that, I'm like, that's what this is. Like, she even said in the video, in the beginning of the video, she says it. And this is the other thing. In the video, she said that I'm lying, that I knew ahead of time that she was making a video. And that's not true. We were in the Discord at least twice. She came in, Bex was there, Frank was there. And she said, I'm making a video of you and Moose. And I even asked her if she wanted me to help or be a part of it or whatever. That happened twice in the Discord in front of other people. And then she went on the video and said that I'm spreading a lie, that I knew ahead of time that she was making the video.
Oh, so she
when it came directly from her. So I don't know why she would go and tell such a bald-faced lie.
So she said she told you in Discord, and she did, and that's versus a lie.
In the video, she says that I'm telling people that I knew before she made the video that she was going to make the video. And that's true, because she told me she was going to make the video. And then on her video, she says that that's a lie, that I'm spreading a lie, that I knew ahead of time. So she tells me ahead of time she's making a video. She tells me twice, days before she makes it. And then she goes on the video and says that I'm lying when I tell people I knew ahead of time that she was making a video, when that came from her. So that was another trolling. Like, she set up a troll.
Wait a second. Okay. So I'm trying to figure out what the lie is. So she said she told you that she was making the video on Discord, and she said on her video that you knew she was going to make the video because she told you in Discord.
No. On her video, She said that I'm telling people that I knew ahead of time, but that I really didn't know ahead of time.
Oh, okay. That didn't make sense.
I know.
I was actually talking about the other person.
Me?
No.
Lindsay? Joe Cool?
The Drapes incident.
Oh.
Because you were convinced that we were the ones
somebody
trolling you.
said, like, Dutchie's part of a troll group, and then that's when the light bulb went off. I'm like, oh, yeah, I forgot. Dutchie's here through Denizen. She knows Denizen. Denizen is part of that troll group.
So is Denizen the head of the troll group, or what?
I don't know.
Probably.
There is no troll group.
I think it was your Discord server.
It's the other guy.
Are you trolling right now?
No, I thought I heard you say that you figured out that the other guy was the one trolling before I came up.
Oh, no, he's definitely a troll. I mean, he's an obvious troll. But
he wasn't at that time. At the time, you were saying we were the trolls, and he was just having an innocent conversation.
No, I think he was trolling in his own way, too. But I think y'all took his troll and ran with it with a bit of your own. And that's the part I didn't catch. I took it seriously. No. I really thought she was upset. I really thought the other women were like picking up on this vibe that no one else was picking up on and all that stuff.
They were. He's a creep. He goes around the internet doing that to women. And women are just as traumatized as everybody else in this society.
How do you get traumatized behind a computer screen?
There's no difference. There's no difference. Like, it may be more intense in person, and you may have more of a personal fear for your physical safety. But this is real life. This isn't virtual.
It's not, though.
It is.
If like Hank said, people that don't touch grass enough and can't draw that boundary or distinguish the difference, they're gonna be more vulnerable to this. I mean, I'm learning it myself.
I mean, sure, you'll be more vulnerable, but it's not about pretending that it isn't real. This is real. When people abuse people over the internet, it's just the same as if they do it in person. Yeah. Now, if you're someone who has a very healthy...
So it's a scary movie.
But this is not a movie. This is not a movie. This is real life.
But if
you're coming here playing as an act and acting like an actor and looking to absolve yourself of your behavior as soon as you click the X, you are a psychopath. There's something wrong with you.
Probably, yes, I probably am, but the shrinks can't figure it out. So
yes,
so
there's something wrong with those people. Those people are being abusive, and they're making excuses for their behavior. The excuses aren't real. This is real life. These are real people. They have real feelings, and words matter, just like they do in person.
My excuse is the academics that's supposed to be studying me and handling this aren't doing their jobs and just doing what's that called?
I can't believe you trust in the academics.
Yeah, they're just doing woke politics and not their job. So that's my excuse. They should be out stopping me, and they're hiding. They're ducking me.
I think it gives it's as serious as you make it, because I remember in the AOL days, one of the things I had to learn very early is that the people in that chat room are not real life. Like, they don't have the same status in my life as my real life people. And when I turn that computer off, that's its own world, and it does not carry over into the real world. And anybody that I meet online, if I meet them in person, I can't take their online stuff and use it to evaluate their in-person life, because they're completely different. And even I was different online than I was in person. I kind of had a little persona that I played into. And so I learned that they were two very separate worlds. So people that are coming here and thinking that this is the same world as their real life,
it
is the opposite that I've learned to do with this kind of stuff.
It's a bit sociopathic to separate the two and
compartmentalize. It was based on my actual
compartmentalization
experience.
Is just a way that we deal with everything, like the same way we would separate our work life with our home life and other areas of our lives. It's the people who are looking to absolve themselves of their behavior by saying this isn't real life, so I can say and do whatever I want. And as soon as I click the X, I'm just
I don't know who's doing that. I don't know if we might be talking about two different people.
Yeah, well, the thing is, real life is a simulacra too, so that's why I can act the same in so-called real life, because it's just as fake.
Yeah, I'm the same too. Like, this is not
Hello, Shane.
I'm gonna be the same.
Goodbye, Shane.
met me in
It's just
person.
as fake. It's just as fake as this. So that's
But
why.
real quick, we have somebody in the back. I'm trying to figure out. You are trash. Can you tell me who you are or show your camera?
Forewarning, if this turns stupid or abusive, I'm ending my stream and I'm peacing out. I'm just not doing that anymore. I came up here
that.
because you two are cool, you know?
Yeah. In fact, we'll just kick them
I
out.
support that.
If they're annoying, we'll kick them out.
Okay. Well, if trash complies with my request, they might come on.
Yeah. Flick that camera on, or we'll kick you out of the back. We're not in that.
Yeah, there is a new trend in modern therapy. It's become very technocratic and manualized. And they give you these, or even some of them like DBT, they have you do it in groups with other people, and they run you through this very structured program where you all do these tools together at the same pace. And I'm on the outside of it looking in, so I can't really evaluate it objectively, but the people that participate in it find it helpful. So as long as it's working for them, I guess.
Yeah, it reminds them of their old prison days. It's government school.
Their institutionalization.
Yeah. Which is why I like using MBTI and Enneagram, because at least there's a bucket that I fit in, rather than, oh, well, I kind of don't know, so we'll just put you on the binary pile.
Oh, it's like a starting point for.
It's a much better starting point. It's a much better starting point, because you categorize me as an autist. There's a whole bunch of autists that don't act even anywhere close to me. So
right.
It's a bad bucket.
And what is your type again?
My Enneagram is 5, and my MBTI is INTJ, as far as I know.
Okay.
Could
DBT?
be MBTI.
Dialectical behavioral therapy.
Oh, DBT.
It was originally for like suicidal borderline women. It was created here in Seattle, actually, and it's like a variation of cognitive behavioral therapy that helps deal with the emotions.
Figuring they're all variations of cognitive behavior therapy, pretty much now.
Well, that's just being aware of your cognitive processes and the influence you can have over them to alter the outcome or the reaction that you're having.
Okay. Why can't they show me my cognitive process table? There's no C-top that they can run my wet word to figure out my cognitive processes.
You'd probably be good at that if you could find a therapist that could, because you're very aware of them. You're able to identify them and articulate them, and that's they're going to be able to work with something like that.
Oh, another Dutch person.
Hi, Marcel. Oh, the Dutchies.
Yes, but I'd be paying them.
We're being overrun.
Hey, Duchess, or any of the Dutch people. So one of my favorite shows is this Dutch Mole, and they just started like a new bonus season that you could only watch online. And for some reason, they copyright blocked it here in the States. They had put out the first 2 episodes.
VPN.
And they pulled it, and I never got to watch it. Do y'all think there's a chance?
Get a
Is
VPN.
it possible to sneak it from Holland?
VPN. You get an IP address over there, then it'll play over here. So
I would love to watch it in the Discord or something.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to work around. Just get one of those cheap garbage VPN services to get an IP address over there.
Okay, well, if that's the case, the Dutchies could stay there. If they can hook me up with the mole, via's demole.
I could sell you Surfshark VPN or something. I wouldn't even have a code. I could just tell you.
Is this you or trash? Somebody's wanting to come on. I don't let anonymous people on because we had troll.
Turn that camera on. Turn that camera on.
You have to at least flash your face so I could see that you're not one of the trolls.
Or one of your good trolls. Yeah, turn that camera on. Or you have till like 10:15, and we'll kick you out the back.
Oh, I think it is the troll. That's why the camera's not coming on. Nice try. Good to see you.
Welcome back.
It's your troll friend, in fact. The carpet matched the drapes. But yeah, I don't take this as reality. I plus here's another thing that comes up. Oh, what oh, Marcel, it didn't come through. Can you, if you hop up in the back and put it in the private chat, I'll be able to get it. You won't have to come on camera.
That thinking it's not reality is at the core of the problems you were describing earlier. It's why there's a more than a majority, like normal in person, it'd be 1 out of every 100 people who behaves exactly like how I'd say at least 51% of YouTubers behave.
Well, I have depersonalization, devisualization, so the reality itself is unrealistic to me.
Yeah,
Which is
me too.
why I could put everything at the same level of just stuff we made up fantasy. There's some stuff behind there that's what I call that Lacan calls the real, but what I could see is just an image.
I think it's I think it's proximity. Like some YouTuber in Cleveland, Ohio, having a problem with me on YouTube or being hurt by something I said, it really doesn't impact my life much. Like it would be if it was a coworker or somebody in my social circle, etc. So there's like a distance that mitigates the consequences for me.
And for me, even a coworker, I kind of don't care about, because if it's that problematic of a coworker, they're probably on their way out anyways.
Yeah, but then that sets up those office politic games.
Yeah.
Normally I don't care either, but I've learned that stuff means something other than just what I think it means.
Well, I only care about the office politics if they are going after my paycheck, and if not, it doesn't make a difference to me.
Isn't all opposition in the workplace a threat to your paycheck?
No, because if they're clearly in the wrong due to the policy, then I'm perfectly safe.
You trust that?
That's
though?
Your experience?
I had policy on my side too, and that never stopped anything.
Yeah, no, they pick who they like. It's based on who they like, and they don't like people like us.
Because
they don't like me, but they need me. So that's the difference.
Yeah, see, that only lasts so long for me. Usually I get promoted to where I'm making too much money and they could pay 4 people to do my job half as well with the amount of money that I'm getting. And that's, in my experience, that's how corporations run. They're not really worried about the quality of the work so much as they are as the completion of the work.
But I also refuse promotion, so that's not really that big of a deal. Plus,
that's a good idea.
Plus, if I did get promoted from here, they'll give me so much responsibility to clean up everything. I won't be able to go home and do what I want. So,
Zato, welcome.
Yeah, welcome.
Thank you. Good to see you guys.
Cool shades again.
Thanks. Denizen, is that your real picture?
No, it's D'Onofrio.
Oh. They said you look like him, right?
Yeah, people I work with and friends say I look like him.
Oh, so we can picture him. Right now you're just the the faceless Oz head voice.
Yeah, when you look like Zach Galifianakis, I liked it because your voice kind of sounds like him. So I was like, yeah.
This is Vincent as well.
Who's Vincent?
That's Vincent?
Yep, this is
What
Vincent.
Is that from?
Emerald City, and this is Vincent as well.
Oh, okay.
And this is what I look like now. This is Vincent like now, and Vincent's like 10 years older than me. So this is probably what I will look like in 10 years. Especially because I look like this now, and I looked like Private Pile when I was younger. So apparently I really do like Vincent D'Onofrio because I keep aging along with him.
Are you telling the truth?
I am, yeah. I mean, the thing is like, so I never noticed it, but people kept saying it, so I can't really deny it. It's not my opinion. But when I look in the mirror now, I look like this. Especially if I let my hair grow out.
When I was a kid, I used to look like Tom Green. And
yeah, I can see.
I didn't like that. I didn't like that. But then also when I had long hair down to my shoulders, middle of my back, whatever, they used to say I looked like Cliff Burton from Metallica. the bass player of Metallica. Because I had like this little cheesy mustache, you know, and I had the long hair that was curly, and I don't know. You'd have to see a picture.
I think that's why people say I look like Zach, though, just because I have a beard.
But you sound like him a little too, which is weird.
That I can't comment on. I'm unfamiliar with his voice.
No, you do have a similar voice. Plasma Void wants to know why I cut my hair. Because I had to get a job.
Welcome in, Plasma. That's why I cut my hair too.
What kind of
it worked?
Was it white collar?
So I interviewed over the phone. They said, "Hell yeah, you're overqualified. Come in. We'd love to have you." I showed up in person. Sorry, we're not hiring. I came back later with different clothes and with my hair cut. They hired me.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
I learned a lot about the world when I got that job.
Did they know it was you?
I mean, I doubt it. You know,
what
it's
kind
like
of job was this?
This was technical support for an internet provider.
So you knew when they said they weren't hiring that they were lying, and it was about your hair?
Well, it was about me. I knew that, like, over the phone I was impressive, but in person I was a piece of shit. So I just kind of analyzed it and figured it out, you know?
Well, hey, Jeff, the thing is, you know, since megacorps always lie all the time.
Yeah.
But how do they stay in business without the trust you need to keep an organization going?
Because we don't have any other option at that point.
Right. Trust is no longer a requirement anymore.
I can't do my job without it. I don't know how these other people are doing it.
What's
the
percentage of trust in Congress?
Oh, Congress, I don't know, but
it's like 20 something.
Like all they have to do is vote.
Right, but
vote and stay good with their constituents.
Yeah,
but nobody trusts them. Yeah, so nobody
going to Pew Research. Yeah,
right. So nobody trusts them though, and they still keep their jobs.
Well, no, they don't. Congressmen get voted out all the time.
Not really.
No, they don't.
They die in there. They go senile in there.
Dianne
Feinstein.
Elections? You saying congressmen never lose elections?
No, what we're saying is that they barely lose elections. On average, they barely lose elections.
Well, the incumbent almost always wins, and these people are going into senility, and they're fucking like Dianne Feinstein was sitting.
The voters are saying we want them there. Like we're happy with these people.
Yes, because voters are stupid.
Yeah, and so are consumers.
Yes.
They don't need trust anymore. They just need really cheap Chinese goods.
That's America. Rule
That's how I got these sunglasses, bitch. I got them. Not Temu. What's the other one? Well, I got these off eBay, but still, they came from China, man, and they're so goddamn cheap. They'll probably last a week.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I need to find me a pair. Where did you get them? At the drugstore?
eBay.
You ordered glasses off of eBay?
Yeah, I got 2 pairs for $17.
Yeah, I ordered a new computer off of eBay. I got an HP Z440. I have it right now, but I haven't installed Fedora 40 on it yet. But I'm going to talk about these spiritual warriors some more.
Oh, yeah, I do too. I'm going to go grab another cup. Come right back.
Mm-hmm. So these spiritual warriors, I could tell them exactly what I'm doing, but they don't know enough about the topic to begin to engage me in a way that's meaningful, at least to me. So, like, I'm using, like, Black Magic Manifesto by, what's his name?
Anton LaVey?
No, not Anton LaVey. What's his name?
Crowley?
Not Crowley. With the one from Timothy Donahue. Black Magic Manifesto from Timothy Donahue. To channel, I guess, like a positive cartoon villain to make my augment my personality.
So you're channeling a cartoon villain?
absolutely, and it's just I think a composite between the errors from Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy and Ryuka Katami. People don't know how to do any research, so it's like they don't even know where to start to slow me down. So they go after black autist, gay black witch, which who cares?
Right.
They're not. It's not. They're not. What are they called? It's not stuff I can actually change. So what difference does it make? You're prejudiced. So what? I am too.
Plus, you wouldn't be the first gay black witch.
Yeah. I'm not even that gay. I'm mostly into women.
Okay.
Are you B? Do you consider yourself one of the alphabets?
Yeah, I'm bisexual. Yes.
Oh, okay. I know that. We have way more rainbow people here than I realized.
Well, I'm not gay, but I don't have a problem talking with any of you guys because I like what you say. You know, you're legit. You're based. You know.
Well, I have so many hate watchers, so still talk to me nonetheless.
Apparently, I do too.
I don't hate you.
But I could literally tell them my whole playbook. They're reading upside down. They don't even know where to start
I have
to
noticed
address
that.
me and my weaknesses.
What are your weaknesses?
I actually don't know. My weaknesses is that I'm not surrounded by clones of myself, like most people are.
What do you mean, most people? I don't have any clones of myself that I'm surrounded by, and I know some people. They're friends.
Well, most people do act and think alike, so they could be completely dysfunctional and feel like they fit in just fine.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, you're talking about followers.
Yes,
but
exactly.
I don't hang out with followers. If anything, we are all leaders hanging out together, and
Yeah.
and we respect each other equally as leaders. You know, like we don't have followers. If we had followers, I think we would get rid of them.
Yeah, I actually do get rid of mine. I do, in fact, get rid of mine. But there's people like Pussy Paul who could be a leader, but they're just surrounded by weak sauce peanut gallery people, and they're not doing as good as they could possibly be doing.
Well, are you talking about real life or YouTube?
YouTube.
I don't distinguish. I'm like Denison. I don't distinguish, but I fold everything up as imaginary.
I kind of do that a little too, to be
Yeah,
fair.
I do a little bit too, and I'm high all the time, so you can excuse me. But
the thing is that I recognize other people's feelings are real. That's where I draw the line.
But
And so I don't have a one-to-one responsibility for other people's feels. They're their own responsibility, but I'm not going to delude myself and say that I can make no effort and that I have no impact. And then, like we say, awareness is what changes everything.
you make an effort.
Absolutely.
So this is the denizen making an effort version.
Yeah, this is the way drawn back, bitten tongue public version of Denison, trying to be as diplomatic as he possibly can. So if you can imagine, that's potentially where my neurodivergency where my neurodivergency comes into play. What I will add to that, though, is I'm obviously here to shake people from their mental torpor. So I am not, I'm trying to rub your face in the poop as gently and as diplomatically as I possibly can. But I do want you to smell and see the poop that we're all sitting in, like.
It actually sounds like a valuable service.
This is my refined version of activism because I'm far too selfish, and pizza and beer is more important to me than the future of this country. Sorry, go ahead, Zato.
What?
I thought you were about to say something. I talked over you.
No. What did you just tell me that?
Zeta.
Zato. He said Zato.
I thought he said Zena.
Zato. No, Zato.
No, I wasn't going to say anything, but you like beer and pizza, huh? So do I. What kind of beer do you like?
Corona.
Corona?
With the lime?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm drinking Road to Ruin.
I never had that.
Is that a local? brewer.
Yeah, it might be. It's 8% alcohol though, and they fuck you up.
I don't really care for
That's a lot for
alcohol.
beer.
Yeah.
Last time I drank was someone challenged me on flow state, and I just said, "Okay, let's do it now."
Oh, you
And
did?
yeah, that was months ago.
Oh,
But they said, "Oh, they challenged me to drinking." I said, "Okay, come up and just come. Let's do it now." Because if someone challenged me, I want to destroy them as soon as possible.
Mhm.
And that peanut gallery person didn't even show up. They didn't even come up on the panel to rebut my challenge. So I drank like a shot glass of apple juice mixed with rum, and that was the last time I drank alcohol.
just one glass?
I only needed one glass. They
Oh.
didn't retort. They just surrendered immediately.
It was a shot glass with half apple juice,
Yes, half apple juice, half rum.
so that's not going to get you screwed up.
I wasn't trying to get screwed up. I was trying to dominate someone over the internet.
Well, that's not good.
By getting drunk?
Yes, and it worked because they didn't even come on camera and drink.
Hey Jeff, what happened to your antlers?
They got
They
retired.
molted. They molted.
They molt. Yeah.
They go what?
They molted. They fell off.
That happens.
It's seasonal.
That's weird. Now I have to explain not having antlers.
Just say they're seasonal. They're molted off.
I'm going to go out in public and strangers are going to be like, where are your antlers?
Just tell them it's seasonal.
It's season.
Yeah.
I thought the antlers were cool, but they were always a little crooked.
Yeah, there's that too. We'll go without for a little while. See. What
Yeah,
happens.
but you're a Satanist, man. You got to show it.
I do. I have my bath. I'm a little
Who's that? Baphomet?
Grabneck. Yeah, that's Baphomet.
Yeah,
The man
Oh.
version.
that's pretty cool. I like that. That's nice.
So
Kisses for Baphomet.
yeah.
That should be the title of a movie or something, or
I'm gonna change the name of the stream to that right now.
Kisses
Yeah.
from Baphomet.
So my best challenger so far was Noelle because she took a second to do any kind of.
She's good because she has that spur like
Yes.
perception that
Yeah,
she
she's
catches.
an artist. Yeah, she's an
Yeah.
artist like us. She took a couple minutes to do some research, and she has some clips. So she's my best challenge so far. But she didn't know how to get me because when she played clips myself, me yelling at Margot, I was agreeing with myself, and she asked why I was laughing because I sounded smarter than I expected. So
You
I
were
underestimated
working at
myself,
Tism.
but at least she done any kind of research and trying to run my nose in what I said, but she didn't know I liked my supply.
Was she trying to like do a gotcha? Like, is she
Yes.
that
Yeah, she was-
savvy?
Yeah, she was trying to do a gotcha, make me regret what I said, but I just thought, wow, that guy's so smart, and I just agreed with myself. So that's why I was laughing.
Hank, are you a Satanist?
Well, so I have two creedless religions. I'm a Unitarian Universalist, and I'm a Discordian. So we use Katma instead of dogma. So technically, I'm not a Satanist.
Okay.
But people would group me in with the Satanists because I don't have a dogma.
That's what makes you grouped in with Satanists, is not having a dogma.
Well, Well, pretty much not having their dogma because they're probably called Buddhist Satanists too.
What is Kadma?
So
It's the opposite of dogma.
Yeah, Canva's pretty much dogma's the solid, straight through. Camera is like assumption you pick up and put it down as needed.
Oh, I kind of like that. How do you spell it?
CATMA.
Like the opposite of dogma. You know how
It's not.
dogs...
No.
Oh,
it's not the opposite.
got
No,
it.
it's not the
Okay.
opposite. It's not the opposite.
No, but you know how dogs hate cats, right?
Yeah, dogs don't hate cats.
Well, I know, but in theory.
It's not an opposite. It's just a modified. It's similar but different. because dogma, you just have it, it's solid, and you pretend it doesn't change like the Ortho Bros, even though they do change it.
They have
But
it was relative meta beliefs.
yes,
All affirmations are true in some sense, false in some sense, meaningless in some sense, true and false in some sense.
Very Discordian. And very panelverse.
Yeah, that's what I believe. Actually, that's how I work.
Jeff,
Snark, what's up, Snark?
Jeff, have you ever heard of chaos magic?
Yeah, I haven't. Well, I haven't intentionally engaged in it, but I've heard.
Pastafarian here,
I'd
Rodman.
probably be really good at
Do you
it.
believe that it's a real thing, though? Do you believe that it could have effects?
I believe chaos can have effects. I wouldn't. I don't know that it's magic. I just think psychologically,
yeah.
like the trolls that come in and create chaos are definitely having effects.
Yeah,
But I would say they're using.
But are they using chaos magic by doing that? Are they unintentionally using chaos magic by doing that?
I'm not a big believer in magic in
Yeah.
general because of the supernatural element. But I used to dabble in it when I was in my 20s, and I kind of halfway believed it a little bit. But I don't like if in their minds do I think they think they're doing magic? I
Yeah.
think they're just being trolls.
Well, maybe they do think they're doing it, and they're deluded.
So here's the issue. So some material safeties like Jeff defines like supernatural in a weird way.
Not necessarily materialist.
Well, yeah. So well, get Dennison then. So supernatural could be a superset over the natural, or could be not intersecting with the natural. So if you define as a superset over the natural, you can everything natural would be by definition also be supernatural. But the stuff that's not natural, we don't have to care about. But if it's supernatural doesn't intersect the natural, then it's just stuff that doesn't exist.
Well, Jeff said he doesn't believe in magic, but I propose this, and this goes with what Hank is just saying. If you look around at the world in the right frame of mind, you can perceive everything you see as magic, especially if you're looking at trees and grass and the ground, and you realize in a certain sense that everything is magical. Everything. Maybe not the gray office cubicles or things like that. Those seem very less magical to me. But when you look at nature, when you look at the sun shining on a tree in the bright daylight, it seems magical to me. It seems like the entire world has been made from magic. And whatever made the world, who knows what that is? Is it God? Is it some sort of computer simulation?
Maybe it was us.
Maybe it was us.
I understand magic in that sense, but that's a different sense, I think. Is that the type you were talking about when you brought up chaos magic?
No, chaos magic is different. For example, here's the thing. I didn't even know about chaos magic when I was a kid, but I knew about witchcraft, right, and Crowleyism.
Yeah.
And and there was a boss that I had that was a real prick to me. And I did a spell wishing for his death. This sounds stupid now, but at the time I did it. And what happened was a week later, maybe not even a week later, he disappeared. And I said, "What happened to him?" And they said, "Oh, well, his father was working under a car in Louisiana or something, and a piece of an airplane fell off and fell on the car and killed him. So he had to leave. And I never saw the guy again. So now am I responsible for the death of his father?
That's what I'm wondering. Was that attempted homicide?
By using magic?
Yeah.
I
Well,
mean,
they can't prove it, so
Did you think it was going to work? Like, did you feel like
no.
you didn't take it seriously?
I had intent, but I didn't think it would work.
So you didn't feel like you were actually engaging in?
No, and I certainly didn't intend for it to kill his father. I wanted it to do something to him, to get rid of him, get him out of my life.
Oh, right.
No,
I don't
he
think
left.
it killed his father personally, because I don't believe in it. But I'm
Yes.
trying to figure out your state at the time you were doing it, but it doesn't sound like you intended that to happen either.
I was
Yeah.
angry. I was angry, and I was a young guy with a lot of, I was dumb and full of cum, as they say. And I was
Yeah.
just angry, and I made this spell to just, just for the shits and giggles, I guess.
Yeah, and if you don't believe in cars, you can't be hit by one.
Yeah, right.
Yes, you can.
Well, if that's
Dogs
the
do it
case,
all
then
the
I've
time.
been cursed my whole life by somebody.
Maybe it's voodoo. I had a friend, a good friend, whose brother was a detective for. They had an actual division in the police department that investigated witchcraft and satanic crimes, and they would like go out in the deep woods when there's reports of devil worshippers. I think one time they found the carcass of a dog,
Oh,
and they
boy.
thought it was part of a sacrifice. So they're actually. I know a guy that used to investigate that type of stuff, and he would tell stories. I didn't know how real to take them though.
It's satanic panic, man. Nobody does rituals where they sacrifice animals and shit. Not real Satanists.
Yeah, I don't know of any either.
Yeah, but the Christians do it.
Sociopathic.
So the Christians actually do it though. So
They sacrifice animals?
Yes, anything bread is Jesus.
Oh, they sacrifice Jesus. The humans. That's human sacrifice.
They think bread is Jesus. They think if they pray over bread and wine becomes Jesus.
Yeah, even as a kid, I did, because I was, as an altar boy, you're part of the thing that helps the priest turn the bread into Jesus. So I was part of that ritual. I had to help him with that. And after it was over, it was supposedly the body of Christ, but the bread at the same time. And they always tried to explain it to us in a way that made sense, but it never did. To me, it was just, but he had a whole plastic bag of wafers that we could eat. Like we're not supposed to eat them, but we could sneak them. If we were going to sneak any wafers at all, it had to come out of that bag, because those are the unconsecrated hosts, and that was before they were made holy. But we could never touch or eat or play with the ones after they were consecrated. So I always knew there was that difference too, even though they tasted the exact same.
Yeah, I dare them to do a DNA test on post-consecrated bread and show that's Jesus.
It's faith. It's your belief that the spiritual power is at work, making it happen.
So here's the thing: there is a limit to how much you can modify the universe with your beliefs. There's a limit.
I know that.
We don't study that limit well enough, but it's there because we're not the root mind. We don't have complete control.
That would be a good name for a band, actually. The Consecrated Wafers. Somebody could take it. Just give me like a fraction of the royalties.
I saw not the conspiracy music group with not Shakir today. He's been emailing me back. Once he gives me a due date for his little music challenge, I'll probably just start using my DAW to make music.
Because
sometimes dollar menu truth is the only truth people can handle at the time. So I think it has its place.
Well, people can afford the dollar menu. I think Wes Brown's for eating a filet mignon.
Chuck, hurt people.
Yeah, that is true. Or try to.
Brown's for eating filet mignon.
But a lot of people are more responsible for their own hurt than they pretend. Like, they're not just victims of everybody else.
Yeah, and other people are self-righteous. They think they can just hurt everyone else and they'll be saving them.
Because even if you're in a victim cycle, you are still probably engaging in that cycle. What? You know, like most people aren't being stalked and pursued in order to be victimized. You know, so say your husband's beating you, that's one thing. But if you're on the internet constantly being victimized, it's not fair and it's not your fault, but you're participating. It requires your participation.
As soon as somebody calls CPS on your fucking kids or has you swatted, get off the internet. Don't keep coming back and saying, oh, look what they did to me, and accuse people, you know, this guy did it, that person did it. And it's like, you don't even know sometimes who did it.
But then don't the bullies win at that point?
Yeah,
Yes.
they do. I'll be back. If there's someone spawn me, I'll be back in at the same day and say, "Hey, you failed. I'm not in jail right now."
Right. Well, I heard a story just now before I came here about they called the CPS on someone and said that their 2-year-old had redness around her vagina, and they called from Texas, and it was like so far away from where this person lives that they would have no knowledge of this, even if they lived near them. So they made the kid go in and take what people on the internet say is an R kit. You know what I mean by that?
No.
It rhymes with ape.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I got grape.
Yeah, grape. Right. They made her take a grape kit, and
just based on an internet rumor.
yeah, just based on a complaint that somebody made on the internet, and they called CPS on them. And the dude was not allowed to go to the hospital. It had to be the mother. And they held the 2-year-old down, who was screaming and crying because they didn't know what was happening. And they administered the grape kit. And this is all because of some piece of shit that called CPS on them. And it was totally unfounded.
Were there consequences?
Not for the person who called in.
Because swatting's supposed to be illegal, right?
Yeah, it's very illegal. But here's the thing. People will say, well, if someone's mean to you, just walk away. Well, people's been mean to me my whole life. The only option for me, if I took that advice, was to literally just dig a hole for myself and bury myself in it. So instead of
there's no place to walk at some point.
Yes. So it didn't. I just threw away the advice and just became stronger, so people couldn't push me around as much.
Did you push back, or you just developed a thicker skin?
I pushed back. That's why no one on that panel was intimidates me whatsoever.
I worry that that's what keeps the cycle of violence going, and that at some point it takes one person to be the bigger person and get off of that merry-go-round. Because it just keeps like spiraling upward and just escalating more and more each time somebody does the tit for tat, the action reaction. Hey, Christian.
Well, I don't use tit for tat. I use Grim Trigger. So.
What's that?
Oh my! You don't. Okay. So using
Grim,
you don't understand. I got
Grim
you.
Trigger.
Yes. Let's look it up.
Would the AI know it?
Yes,
I strategically respond when it suits my agenda, regardless of what the other person says or does.
Yes.
And I usually, well, I mean, I probably more often than not, people back down from me. But if it continues to escalate, I remove myself from the situation.
So I got the Wikipedia page up for Grim Trigger, so I gave it to you really
I'm
well.
looking at it too.
In game theory, Grim Trigger is also called the Grim Trigger strategy, or Grim. It's a trigger strategy for a repeated game. Initially, a player using Grim Trigger will cooperate, but as soon as upon defects, thus satisfying the trigger condition, the player using Grim Trigger will defect for the remainder of the initiated game. Since a target defect by the opponent triggers defection forever, Grim Trigger is the most strictly unforgiving strategies of a iterated game.
Yeehaw!
What's
Howdy
up?
there, Jeff. Howdy there, Hank. Hey, Dennison. What's going on, other guy? I can't pronounce your name, but how are you doing?
Sup, Alec?
Zetoichi.
How is everybody? I'm doing great. I'm just getting ready for my trial. Hanging out. Need a couple of lewds. Be crawling on the ground a little bit.
Why didn't you use an airsoft gun? Why did you have to use a real gun instead of an airsoft gun? So it take more than a couple bullets to kill someone.
Well, that wasn't my choice. That was the armorer's choice. She's the one that handed me the gun, so I wasn't even supposed to be using a gun in that scene, if you remember, right? I was just having a piano scene.
Oh, I like how bureaucracies throw away what called communized responsibility. I like how they do that. It's not my fault. I'm just retarded.
Same here. That's going to be my defense.
Yep.
Oh,
So
it
I was
looks like
just
they want
testing out
Donald.
I'm sorry.
Welcome
I was
in,
just
Black
testing things
Gun.
out.
Is Biden available too? Is he?
Well, I have to mess with that a little bit and come back here and there. I'm just using the OBS, so I'm just testing this out. But yeah,
Oh.
I
Biden's
can get
asleep.
Biden.
Biden's
Yeah, I
asleep
didn't know if
right
he
now.
was able to interact with the public right now.
He's in his anti-sleep chamber. Okay, well, I was just testing things out. Have a great day, everybody, and keep hope alive.
Good luck, Alec. Let us know how it turns out.
Thanks, everybody. Don't forget to wash your hands.
Yes.
Oh, King Phillips for not ending wars, apparently.
Oh.
If you're not for, no, actually that's true. I don't know. I need clarification. King Philip, are you not for ending wars, or are you for not ending wars? That's actually technically different. Because
I don't
if you're
know how
for-
you end war. That's like humans are going to fight as long as we have humans.
Yeah, and you don't know how to build computers either, so I don't care. We'll show you how to do it.
What's the JT show? You were talking about the Grim Triggers.
Yes. So pretty much, once someone defects from me, I will defect from them for the rest of the game.
What does defect mean? When they turn on you or attack you?
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. That makes the most sense to me too. Why would you not?
Because you like losing, I guess.
It doesn't feel like losing.
No, because you would. Why would you not use Grim Trigger? Because you just use an inferior strategy. But I'll dump the Wikipedia page in here so you can see it, or you can ask AI.
Yeah, I have to AI it. Yeah,
Yeah.
no, I had never heard of a Grim Trigger. Thanks. What's a trigger strategy? They have more of these?
Yes.
I know a little bit about game theory. In fact, that drama triangle comes a little bit out of transactional analysis. But
yeah, but I don't pretend I can hide from them, not interact with them anymore. But if you defect, well, you're just gonna get it.
Oh, okay. So it's you cooperate until they cross a certain line with you, which becomes a trigger, which triggers punishment at that point instead of cooperation.
Yes. Never-ending punishment.
And tit for tat is the punishment continues as long as the action continues, but the Grim Trigger, the punishment continues even after the action to like reinforce that.
Yeah. Yeah, you could. Here's the thing: the game could once a round ends, we could have this trigger reset, but we had to agree on the round ending. So
my triggers don't reset. Like when certain people cross a certain line with me, I guess I do Grim Trigger because it's unrelenting from that point forward, and there's no reset point. Yeah,
I have a reset point, but it's a trigger strategy. It's a Grim Trigger. So pretty much, if Pussy Paul wants to reset with me, he needs to meet a few conditions. So he needs to have a show celebrating me with a red and purple carpet. He needs to not be a pussy, and if he needs to not be a pussy. He needs to not get to his peanut gallery, and he needs to not regulate what panels that go onto unless he has money to put his mouth in. Money to buy me. He needs to buy me off all the other panels. So if he meets those conditions, I'll reset the trigger for him.
Speaking of which, Hank, do you have me? Are you subscribed to me?
Oh yeah, let me put channels. Y'all give these people a sub. Check them out.
Because I do a live once in a while and nobody comes.
Really? Well, hit me up next time you do it. I'll drop by.
Well, just subscribe and you'll know.
Oh, I am subscribed.
I mean the notification thing. Thank you.
Well, some days people don't show up. It's not
Well,
a
no,
big
it's,
deal.
it's
Just have an
the,
agenda.
I stream during the workday a lot, which is a problem because a lot of people have jobs.
A lot of people don't have jobs, so that's not a big deal.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then I'll look forward to seeing you next time I go live.
I can't sub anymore. My account's broken.
Oh, that's right.
I can sub to you on my backup account, and if I'm on it, then I'll get a notification.
Did YouTube ever answer you about that?
I didn't hit them up.
Oh,
Or maybe like a forum.
I know how to fix that.
They have.
I know how to fix that. You need to clean out your cookies. Then we sign on again.
Okay, I'll try that.
Have you tried another browser?
It's the same thing. Just clean out your cookies. You could use the same browser.
Well, I tried an incognito browser, so that should have bypassed the cookies.
You can't trust that. It should have. You can't trust that. Plus,
I think it's because I had a brand account, and the brand account doesn't limit your sub to subscribers ratio. And so I ended up subbing to like 2,000 channels. and so now that my account is like quasi no longer a branding account, I would have to unsub to like 1,500 channels in order to be able to sub again. That's my working theory.
Have you tried that?
I go in there, every once in a while and just start unsubbing. It's not something I can just try because I'd have to spend 2 days in a row unsubbing from channels in order to do it. Because the subscription management tool is practically useless. It's just a list of every single channel you're sub to in alphabetical order.
Yeah.
Yes, I am. King Philip, I am. But I'm also an expert at fuzzing my own history, too. So that's why people can't get a good, solid hit on me. Because I screwed their algorithms.
I would love to be
accounts anymore. Oh, go ahead.
I would love to just have an unsub all button. That would be dope as.
Oh, so you're talking about you don't want to go sit there and manually unscrub stuff?
Yeah. Like I've done it. I've done it for an hour straight and not even gotten to like the C's.
Wow. Are any of you guys monetized or no?
No,
not yet. I'm trying to be like it.
What would that mean? What would that mean though if you did get monetized?
There's different levels. The first level, you can do super chats, you can do memberships, and give like different perks. I think there's some ad options, and then at the next level, there's other monetization options you can.
But I've seen a guy with like 46,000 subs, right? And he had all that shit up there. You could do the $2 super sticker. You could do the $10 one. They had like a $50 one. And where does that money go? I mean, if somebody does $2, you don't get the $2. You get
some of it goes to YouTube.
Yeah, Zato, you literally didn't do the basic search. So YouTube gets 30% of the cut. Then you get the rest when you do super chats. But you can figure that out just by doing a Google search.
But things like Ko-Fi and cashapp have less. They take less out. So
yeah,
Ko-Fi doesn't take anything.
Well, I only have cashapp, and nobody has donated to me at all except Jamie.
Okay, so Denizen, I found a extension for Chrome that unsubscribes all YouTube channels. So you can just install a button.
You gotta leave that tab up and not use your computer though. So it's essentially like doing it yourself, but less annoying.
Yeah.
I would have to leave that tab running for like 2 days.
Yeah, so you do that for 2 days to be done with it.
Shit, I forgot what I was gonna say. What were we talking about? Oh, monetize and stuff.
Okay, bro.
Oh yeah, what is your cash app? Put it in the back, and I'll
let
people know.
I'll get off panel if someone donates to me.
Come on,
for sure.
I'll, that's a very interesting type of whoring.
Well,
I'll
hey,
whore my absence.
no, somebody fucking donated or was asking for donations because they had COVID and they're an anti-vaxxer. If they can panhandle for COVID, then certainly I, who need a hip replacement, can say something, right?
Yeah, don't be ashamed. This is entrepreneurship.
I'm not asking for pity. I'm just saying I have a condition here. That's why I'm not at work.
Okay, there's Zatos. If you feel
Thank
inspired
you.
to send him something,
Thank
and
you.
honestly, don't feel bad if you don't get anything. I
I
hardly
won't.
ever
I know
get
I
it.
won't. I
It's
don't
just a
care.
trickle here and there, but it's very much appreciated.
I'm looking at this humorously, you know. I don't think anybody will donate a dime, but that's fine.
But you just said you had donations from one person.
Yeah, but that was because he was being nice to me. You know, he was trying to encourage me. It was, you know, like when a little kid has a lemonade stand and you go and
Oh
you
yeah,
give 5 cents, you know, it's like, oh, here, you know, and they get all happy because they think they're going to make a career out of it. That's not the case.
Okay, so how much would you need for it to count?
Well, what do you mean?
I mean, how much do you need donated to you, or how many people before you say, "Well, it's nothing"? Or is it like it's just a bottomless pit? Just give me the whole universe's money, then maybe I'll care.
If somebody gave me $20, I would be absolutely shocked. And
But
I don't see it happening.
but what after that? You're shocked. Then what was it? It's like the baseline. Well, I got 15. That well, someone gave me 20.
Well, what are you asking me? I mean, when is enough enough? Is that what you're asking me?
Yes.
Well, it would never be enough, would it? I mean, you could ask that to anybody.
Well, so that's why that's why budgets were invented, because we don't have. If we made an infinite amount of money, then that would count. So
I'm not working right now, man, you know, and I don't have money for anything. I can't go to a bar. I have to go buy food, and that's barely what I can afford, you know, like, so I'm not doing this out of greed or grifting or avarice, you know. And I don't make a point out of the fact that I have a bad hip. I don't say that in any of my streams. I have only said it here, you know.
well, it'd be cooler if you were greedy. Then maybe because maybe you'll figure out some other way.
I'm not though. That's my
I know
problem.
I'm not either. That's part. A lot of us in that are in that situation, and that's part of the problem. I don't have that cunning that a lot of people would have to know how to exploit every opportunity that comes their way.
Oh, they do though, and I don't know. If I did know, I wouldn't be here. I'd be at work or something. You know?
I'm very fussy about how I get my money. I have to feel like I earned it, and I came by it honestly. And if I don't have that feeling, I can't take it.
Well, I feel like if I'm spending time on YouTube and talking to people or whatever, you know, like in my own stream, it's taking time away from me practicing bass guitar, which is my main focus.
Oh,
So if I'm doing YouTube and somebody donates to me, I would appreciate that because it's making it worth my time in a way.
mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so I don't know what to do. You instead of talking to me, since you need to be paid to talk to me, just play your bass guitar every time you go on a stream.
Well, I can't because my microphone is so sensitive on this stupid webcam that it's if I play it at the lowest volume, it sounds like I'm blasting it through a distortion pedal that's ridiculous. You know, it's just stupid.
You gotta play it unplugged. You gotta practice unplugged.
You can't though. You can't play it unplugged and have it sound like anything.
Is there other software
Sure
like
you
Zoom
can.
or something that it sounds better on? Because we used to do open mic nights during COVID on Zoom.
I don't know.
It sounded pretty okay.
I don't know. If I could get it under control, then I would do it all the time because that's what I do now.
Zoom has these like sensitivity settings you could set to how much background noise it picks up or filters out, and that made the difference too when people
Okay.
change those settings. It let more of the sound come through.
Back away from it, Crispy Treat says. My microphone is literally 20 feet away from my hand.
Damn, what kind of microphone do you have?
It's a Logitech C270, I think.
Let me write that
It's an
down.
old webcam.
Why would you write that down? He said it's not good enough.
Well, it's better than mine because mine's right here to my face and people can hear it, and his is
Well-
halfway across the room.
Well, mine's a blue snowball. It's not in my face, and people can hear me just
Well, I
fine.
don't know
It's,
what's
it's,
wrong.
it's not even in the camera. So it's way over here. At a
What
port
is it?
over
Logitech?
here.
What?
C270, I think. But listen, Jamie has a better one. It's like a C290 or 390 or something like that, and that's the one he uses, and his is pretty good. But I didn't mean that the microphone is far away from me. The microphone is right in front of me, but it's 20 feet away from my bass guitar amp. And every time I play this, I turned it down so low that it was barely even audible to me, and the microphone picked it up like it was blasting. You know, I need some kind of like noise gate on it or something to compress it down where it doesn't come through so freaking loud.
They probably have that. If any audiophiles or techies out there know of a solution, just let us know.
Yeah. So what you do is you use a program on your computer to, like, the Jack Sound Demon to pipeline the audio settings so that they're right when you get to the application.
Well, that's the other thing. How do you plug it into the computer? I mean, I have a microphone that has a XLR jack. You can't plug that into a computer. I have an amplifier.
You get another USB microphone with an extension cable. You run that to near where the guitar is, and you plug that in the computer and change the settings accordingly.
I got to mute for a second. Hang on.
So you use more than one mic. That's how you get around the issue. Then you configure the interface so it's the right audio settings. Yeah.
Oh, hey.
Logic has a good.
Yeah, he has a band. He does band practice that he streams sometimes, so he would know too.
Yeah, so you use more than one mic. That's how you work around this issue. In fact, that's how they do it in the sound studio too. They have more than one mic in the studio.
I'm sorry, I missed what you were just saying. Were you saying that
if you ever went to a sound studio, they use more than one microphone to record.
Oh yeah, I know that, but I don't have that kind of money.
But there's people that make YouTube videos of themselves playing guitar. In fact, I have a friend.
I know.
He's a professional musician. He puts his rehearsal videos online, and so I know it's possible. They're doing it somehow.
You see this? This is an SM57. It's the most famous microphone in history that people use for vocals. They use it for everything, for amplifying amps, drums. It's a famous microphone. But like I said, it's an XLR jack, right? So I can only plug this in to certain things. Here, can you see it? XLR jack. Look at the size of that.
Oh yeah.
That doesn't fit into most equipment, so it's.
Do they have adapters?
Yes,
they do, but it's like usually a 1/4-inch adapter. It's not like a mini adapter where you could put it into a computer or something. I could put it into like a 4-track recorder, and maybe I should start doing that before I come online if I could somehow get it to come through my computer, but. It's tough because I don't have a sound card in my computer, and that makes it difficult.
If you don't have a sound card, what's modulating the sound so we can hear you?
It's built into the motherboard.
So you have a sound card that's built into the motherboard.
It's not a sound card. It's just part of the motherboard. Yeah.
All right. So I know I just searched on Amazon. There's an adapter for $100. You don't have the money for that though.
No.
And there's an adapter for $50. XOR. I doubt you had the money for that either. So the adapters do exist.
Yeah, but I'm broke.
Yes.
Well, that's you're trying to monetize. Like I think that's a great solution for people like us that are in that situation and trying to use our own skills and talents somehow to generate an income for ourselves.
Well, I mean, I could play all day and on the camera and not care because I'm practicing and I'm getting better as I'm doing it, and people can watch it if they want or not. I saw a guy play bass. He's got one arm, and he had a hook, and he was playing bass, and he had thousands and thousands of viewers, and they were donating like crazy. And for him, I understand because he has one arm. You know, I mean, I feel really bad for that guy, but he still was making something out of it and playing bass, you know.
So I found an XLR to USB adapter for less than $20.
Really?
They want you to play
Yes.
your bass.
Yeah, well, you're not gonna like it because it's gonna be loud.
Yes, really. I just put a link to the Amazon page in the private chat.
Thank you.
It keeps lowering my mic. Wow.
Email StreamYard. They have tips to
It lowers it in Windows. Like
yes,
I keep going in the Windows volume and it keeps being.
yeah, that's all work for me. So right now I don't have I just have reduced background noise on, and
I don't have it checked either, and it's still lowering. That's what I understand.
There's a glitch. Just email StreamYard. They'll help you troubleshoot that.
Okay.
This is as low as I can do it, and tell me if it's blasting on your end.
No, not at all.
It's
No?
fine.
All right, how about now?
It's not blasting. It's getting clipped.
Yeah, it's getting
It's not
clipped.
blasting.
It's getting clipped.
Yeah, the sound level's fine though.
Yeah, it maxes out, and then it doesn't pick up some of the stuff. But
Yeah,
doesn't
see,
hit the user.
that's my problem, though. You know.
Is that a Cliff Burton riff?
No, I was just fucking around there.
Then that's
I don't know any Metallica songs, to be honest.
yeah. Well,
It's a Rickenbacker, though. He used to play a Rickenbacker.
yeah.
Wow.
So the software
so
solution is
envious of
changing the
people that
audio
play
profile
guitar.
so it picks up, the easiest way to manage that is just to have more than one mic. That way you don't have to change the interface back and forth.
Yeah, well, I get what you're saying, but I just don't have the wherewithal.
Yeah, that's pretty obvious. When I barely do audio stuff. I could Google solutions to the thing and just know about. I haven't been in a recording studio. I just seen YouTube videos of it, and I just know what they do to get around basic issues like this. I'm just saying the problems are so basic. Even I understand what the solutions are supposed to be.
Yeah. I know. I just I have a lot of problems with my audio. I have to, my equipment is all outdated when it comes to the computer, and it's just difficult for me to record anything. I used to record all kinds of stuff, and I had audio software where you could edit things, and I used to be able to I had my TV on the computer, so I could just record clips from the TV and insert those clips into my songs and make them, funny. And it was almost like a Frank Zappa-ish kind of attitude, But I don't have those abilities anymore. I lost having the TV tuner on my computer. I lost being able to record anything I hear. I lost a lot of cool features that I had that I don't know how to get back,
So how did you find out how to do them in the first place?
Huh?
How did you figure out how to do all of that in the first place? Did you read manuals, or did someone show you every little thing?
No, people gave me the program. Like one of them was called Sonic Acid Foundry, and it was an editing program, and they gave it to me, and I just learned how to use it on my own. And I'm sure there are features that it does that I never figured out, but I learned how to use it well enough to make my own creations.
Do you have a SoundCloud or a Bandcamp or anything with your
No.
music on it?
No. I'm not on a Mac, so I don't have Bandcamp or any of that.
Okay, I'll give you a program. So I'll give you another program you can get for free. So since you're dependent on other people so much.
What?
What?
Hey, what
Take
is
it
wrong
easy
with
there.
you? Hey.
What the hell, man? If I was dependent on other people, I would have never figured out how to use it on my own.
Okay, in the back check, I gave you a link to Muse Sequencer. It's a DAW.
Okay.
The price is free, and will integrate with pretty much most equipment.
Really?
You can drop audio in it. You can use MIDI in it. You can use
MIDI.
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you, Hank.
Hello, Church of Foe.
King Philip, you
Shiva's
think you
here?
want, but you're still in the peanut gallery.
Oh, is that
so,
that's Shiva?
Yeah,
Oh
that's
yeah, I
Shiva.
guess Shiva is here. Is Shiva a Hiva or a Shiva?
Shiva is the Hiva.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's right. He was on before.
Oh shit! My boy Bonnie's here too.
Oh, well, hey,
How
Bonnie.
come Chuck's not up here?
I don't know.
Well, I didn't ask him to be up here. I'm a control.
Well, Chuck has an open invitation. Nobody ever asked Chuck to be up here. He has the elder seat. He's VIP.
He's my puppet.
He's your puppet.
My puppet.
My puppet. My puppet. Yeah, Denizen.
Yeah.
You smoke weed, right?
Yes.
Do you want to know what I just bought an ounce yesterday, and you want to know what the name of it is?
Yeah.
And you tell me what this name is based on. It's Meyer Hashke.
What? Meyer Hashke?
Hashke, yeah.
Sounds
Meyer
Jewish.
Hashke.
Yeah. What's that based on?
I don't know.
Famous
I don't think I've ever heard.
famous person named Meyer something.
Briggs. What strain is it?
Indica. But it's Meyer Lansky, the gangster.
Oh, I don't know him.
You don't know him?
Mm-mm.
Citizen, you don't know him?
I'm looking
I
him
don't
up
think
now.
so.
He was
Was it tax
associated
fraud
with Charles Lucky Luciano back in, I don't know, the olden days,
Yeah.
like 50s and 60s.
It's a stupid.
I don't know.
If you ask me, it's a really dumb association. Like Meyer Hashke doesn't sound anything at all like Meyer Lansky.
No.
No.
I don't get it.
It was a wasted opportunity. They could
It's two syllables. So
Yeah, they just went with whatever the fuck came to mind, I guess.
yeah, I did.
Midlife, are you there? You're being summoned. I watched your video. By the way, Midbro Live did a video recently where he actually went to the White House and
Really?
streamed from in front of the White House,
Nice.
tried to talk to Biden or somebody inside.
Yes, but he's not as dumb as Cold Cash. He didn't load his gun in front of it. So
I was waiting for somebody to come and tackle him, like
Yeah.
you see in those videos. He was really pushing. Here, let me
Yeah,
try
he
to
didn't
find
do no Cold Cash, so he didn't get in trouble.
Yeah, well, I saw a video
Here's a
recently of Hunter Biden getting a foot job from somebody, and while he was smoking crack in like a chillum, and he's watching ridiculousness on MTV while all this is going on.
Oh, Meyer Lansky's the dude from The Untouchables.
Yeah. Meyer Lansky. By the way, you guys have heard of the Mandela effect, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Jeff.
it's caused by people's poor memories. Yes.
That's
Shitty.
what they say. But Jeff, how do you spell Oscar Mayer?
Mayer.
Nope.
No.
I got Mandela. They used to
Yeah.
drive the wiener truck around too. I remember.
Yeah, dude, I used to play a video game. It was based on Die Hard, and you would drive the wiener truck around Central Park trying to escape from the cops and shit.
It's an E.
No, it isn't.
Yeah.
Wow.
No,
No. Yeah. I did. I
It never,
remember the
it
name.
never has been apparently, and believe me, I got fooled with that myself. How about the Berenstein Bears?
I got fooled by that one too. It's Berenstain.
Listen, I remember specifically. I was in a library. I was a little kid, and there was this like, I don't know, 18-year-old girl working there, and I'm looking at the book, and I'm saying, "Do you pronounce that Berenstein or Berenstein?" And I looked at the girl, and I asked her, "How do you pronounce this?" And she said Berenstein. And I've never heard it pronounced Berenstain in my life, but apparently that's what it's always been.
Yeah, but that's weird because they're the Berenstein Bears. How could they be Berenstain? Like, how
Right.
can we get it that wrong?
And I
Yeah,
have
we get everything wrong.
I have a good fucking memory from when I was a little kid because everything hit me in the face like it was a ton of bricks. You know, like every experience I had was vivid. And I remember specifically asking that girl what the hell that name was, and she fucking said nothing like Berenstain.
Yo, I'm freaking out. I got Mandela by my own underwear. Look, it never had
Fruit
a
of the Loom.
cornucopia. There's no way. I did not hallucinate the cornucopia. I know it was on my drawers.
Exactly. I remember that from my grandmother's house because
But it never existed. This never existed. But we all remember it. That is
Well,
this is how
it's-
they looked. This is how our underwear looked. But this is how I remember them. Wow.
Jeff, do you mind if I stream this to my channel?
Oh yeah, no, go ahead. Anybody on here is welcome to stream.
Thank you, because we're getting into territory that I'm very interested in now.
I think once you study how the human brain works and how memories work,
Yeah,
it's not such a mystery anymore.
What, you think they made us that there really was a label and now they're pretending like it wasn't?
Me?
No.
Oh, Browns.
That's what Browns suggested.
Yeah, I bet
What do you think
Browns.
about
He's
this?
like on the edge, man. He's like.
So that
he's
means
like.
somewhere out there is a piece of underwear with that actual label. If it was a real thing and now they're trying to revise it, there
Well, no,
has
because
to
it'd be in another universe.
How about this? How about Stouffer's stovetop stuffing?
wait, like the black people drawers got the cornucopia and the white people, but they're saying that there's no cornucopia, that nobody got it.
Yeah,
The
they're saying
stovetop
you never had
stuffing is what?
Oh, Stouffer's stovetop stuffing. Do you
Yeah, I
remember?
used to eat it.
You used
I
to
think
eat
part of
stovetop stuffing.
part of the
It was
problem
a red
is
box. It had yellow writing. It had a picture of the stuffing on the front of it.
But did
And there
it
was
have
like
a little?
bag? You would cut it open. You'd put hot water or microwave
but
it,
on
and
the
you'd wait
box.
for it to fluff up into stuffing.
On the box, did it have a little black circle on the top that was surrounded by white that said Stouffer's?
I remember it as red and yellow.
Okay, it still is, by the way, because I was in
Oh.
the store yesterday and I saw it. But it was always just stovetop stuffing. It's not Stouffer's. And there's
Maybe the Stouffer's part. I don't.
Yeah, and there was someone on the internet who had a picture. It could have been faked, obviously, but they had a picture of an old box of Stouffer's stovetop stuffing on their shelf with a bunch of other garbage. It looked real, but I don't know. You know, who am I to say? I remember commercials on TV for Stouffer's stovetop stuffing, but like Denizen says, if you know how memory works, it's likely that I don't really remember that accurately.
yeah, and every time you pull up the memory, it gets worse.
Yeah.
Is it because Stouffer's and stove sounds the same? People are adding it
It's
in.
possible. It's possible.
Yeah, there's all.
Stovetop stuff. I remember the name actually. I don't actually remember it on the box, but I do remember the name Stouffer's stovetop stuffing.
Like, have your cake and eat it too is wrong.
Why?
It's always been eat your cake and have it too.
Oh, by the way, guys, I got to drop off because I just realized I have to deliver something.
Oh, okay. No problem. Oh, do you want to keep it streaming or you could...
Well, it'll probably go by itself when I drop off anyway. But thank you for having me. Good to see you, Hank, Denizen, and Jeff.
Peace.
Yep, it was
Take
fun.
it easy, guys.
Come again.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Well, that's not really Mandela. That's narrative building. I wanted to say propaganda, but everyone has their own version of J6 because there's no, like with the underwear thing, there's an authoritative way to demonstrate. Well, I mean, you're taking them at their word, but that there was no cornucopia. But with January 6th, there is no authoritative, objective way to determine what happened. So it's always going to be everybody's version of it.
Yeah, I'm more interested in narrative building than the Mandela effect. That's what I'm interested in.
Are you trying to build narratives of your own?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Because I need to get paid back against the shrink industry, and they built their own narratives that are nonsense, and they wasted...
Wait, what industry? The shrink industry?
The psychotherapy and psychology industry. Also the schools. So I'm gonna build
The
narratives.
psychological industrial complex.
Those are two
Yes.
different industries, Hank. Psychology and psychiatry are different disciplines.
Yeah, they're different disciplines that use the same material.
The
Of
mind.
course.
What
No,
material?
absolutely. Yes, they both use
Mental
the
health
diagnostical
as a
statistical
concept.
manual. Yes.
No, only psychiatrists diagnose because they're
Only
doctors.
psychiatrists diagnose, but psychologists reference the psychiatry material.
Psychologists can diagnose,
No, they
at
can't.
least in the States.
Oh, really?
Yeah, in the States they can
And
diagnose.
And so can mental health counselors, I think.
Yes,
LAPs.
but only psychiatrists can prescribe. Well, not only psychiatrists prescribe.
Well, now they have
The
other...
normal MDs can prescribe. Any MD can prescribe, though. Psychiatrists, MDs, and but any MD can prescribe medication.
I mean,
So
I'm going to be honest. Psychiatry helped me out a lot.
It does, a lot of people.
Because it enabled me to get access to medication that I wouldn't have been able to get access to, that I took for a year, and it chilled me the fuck out. Absolutely. To the point now where I've not had a seizure in about 2 years, I think. And I used to get dissociative seizures like pretty much every day.
Oh, wow.
And then a year of taking paroxetine. Sorted it out. Well, fingers crossed so far.
Yeah. Well, Hank, when you said you're talking about the DSM when you say they all use the same
Yes, they all
underlying
use
thing?
they use the same reference material. The
DSM is not...
It's an insurance building guide. That's what it is.
It kind of is. I wouldn't take that as... I don't think it's science based.
Yeah, it's not science based. They have some stuff that's science based, but unfortunately, they've been overturning nearly all of it. So they don't have.
Well, it's constantly being changed and revised. It's how they categorize. They look at the actual phenomena.
Yeah.
And then they try to categorize it in certain ways, and that's what the DSM for. But it's kind of arbitrary and contingent.
Yeah. But they don't have a solid philosophical basis for their area of science yet. I mean, they don't have a theory of mind yet, but they still
right. We don't know what consciousness is.
Yes.
Are we getting into the philosophy of consciousness now? Have any of you ever read "What Is It Like to Be a Bat" by Thomas Nagel?
No, I'm familiar.
No, I didn't read it yet.
It's if you like philosophy, it's a really interesting read. He argues that he asked a question: can we know what it's like to be a bat? And
no.
The answer he gives is essentially no, we can't. Like the closest that we can get is to imagine what it would be like for us to be a bat, which isn't the same thing at all. Right? For me, it raises quite profound implications for the idea of empathy,
Found
which
it.
I tend to view as a bit of a dead end.
Yeah,
Well,
empathy
there's
is
cognitive
projection.
and emotional empathy too, and theory of
It's
mind.
all projection, though.
Yeah, but
And
what else do we
where it
have?
intersects, nothing,
Compassion.
unfortunately.
Compassion, Jeff. Compassion is far better than empathy as a thing to develop. You don't need empathy to be compassionate. Compassion.
Right. I said agree that compassion is better than empathy, but it doesn't serve the same purpose. We don't have another empathy.
Better in
tool.
what sense? Like objectively,
In that
universally better, or is it
Yes.
situational and contextual?
No, objectively it's better. Look, the thing about empathy, when you break down what it is, which is feeling what another person is feeling, right? Well, one, that's impossible, right? You can't
I
feel.
do it. I pick up people's
No,
feelings.
no. You feel what you feel.
No,
Yeah.
how do you know what
And
I
then you
feel?
project that. And then you
Onto the other
I'm
person.
talking about I will be sitting in a room and there will be a person somewhere in the room that I don't even know is there, and I will start feeling certain things and realize that it's coming from that person. It's not my own emotions. That happens all the time. Anxiety,
How do you know?
agitation, stress, anger, all of that
that's
stuff.
all you, Jeff.
Like when I'm around really anxious people, my anxiety increases, and then when I get away from
me
it,
too.
Well, you can have a sympathetic response to emotions that are around people. Look, there was one time when I was walking down the road with a friend of mine, and we were both off our chops on shrooms, right? So we were tripping out of stuff, right? So we looked a little bit odd just because we were both tripping, right? There was a mother walking towards us, and she became fearful of us, right? Because we were two strange people. She didn't know, and she had like 3 or 4 toddlers. You could see the fear jump from person to person, right? Because we have a sympathetic emotional response to the people around us.
Well, I call it
no empathy.
Well, we can call it whatever word you want. I'm just saying when I say empathy, that's what I'm talking about. So when you say it doesn't exist, I'm like, but it obviously does, and you just described it. So
no, because that's still your emotions, because that is only occurring in your mind.
But they're not generated.
Of course they are. They're generated by your mind.
That's not what I'm saying, though. The stimulus for them comes from somebody else's emotion.
Yes, but the actual
as
emotion
opposed to having an emotional reaction to a stimulus on my own. Like if somebody made me angry, I would be reacting directly to that stimulus, and this is like reacting to somebody else's reaction.
Right, but if you walk into a room, right, and there's a bit of tension kicking off, and then you become anxious or angry or whatever, that's an emotional state that is occurring within your mind stream.
Right.
Right.
But it was precipitated by somebody else's.
Yeah, I'm not denying that.
Emotion.
But that's still you. And that's not you feeling what they're feeling. That's you feeling what you're feeling in response to the stimulus.
It's simulated feeling. It's mirror neurons or something, but it's
right,
none of it's willed or conscious. It's my body, my nervous system generating this in response to what it's picking up from that person.
Right. Yeah.
And it's simulating what it perceives them to be feeling.
Right. And do you find that to be a helpful response? Like, is that a helpful process? Useful?
It depends. Sometimes yes, sometimes it's not helpful when I don't realize it's happened and I mistake it for my internal state. When I realize what's going on, it's helpful because then I can separate myself from that person and understand what's going on with them, etc. So I guess it depends on how aware I am that it's happened.
What I often notice within myself is that, say, if I see somebody in a state of suffering, there'll be an emotional response that arises that causes me to want to aid that person. Mm-hmm. But what I'm not doing is feeling what they are feeling. And I think that if I were to be feeling what they were feeling, I would be less effective. I would be less able to help them because I would be caught up in the emotional state.
I think I'm more able to help them because I understand the emotions from the inside. Because when I'm reacting to something, it often is what I'm. Hang on, I lost it. Oh, like when I see someone in that state, it's not this detached compassion. I experience their suffering precisely because I'm remembering my own suffering in similar
You're
situations.
experiencing your own suffering, Jeff.
Do what?
You're experiencing your own suffering.
I'm experiencing a memory of my suffering, but whatever it is, it's not a detached compassion. It's very much an involved.
Why are you
I
adding the
am
word
responding
detached?
to their suffering because I know that kind of suffering intimately from my own experience. So it gives me a greater
Why are you
reason
adding
to
the word?
respond to it than if it was this dispassionate, just witnessing some random person suffering.
No, I disagree fundamentally. Based
Well, I'm
on
telling you my
experience.
experience. It's not anything you can agree
like
or disagree with.
you're
This is exactly
adding,
how it
you're-
happens with me.
right, but you're adding a word, detached, and I would argue that that's a misapprehension of what compassion is. Compassion is what happens when an ardent desire for the welfare of other beings encounters a being that is suffering, as opposed to sympathetic joy, which is what happens when someone with an ardent desire for the welfare of other beings encounters someone who's having a joyful experience. So it's not detached.
Well, that was the impression I got when you said that you don't let your emotions get, like, you keep the emotions detached from that.
No, that's not what I said. I said that I don't think putting myself into a state where I'm experiencing the same emotional state that they're experiencing is very
Okay, that's what I'm calling detachment. So some of this is just semantics, but that what you
doesn't mean that I'm
described is
not
when
having-
I use the word detachment, that's what I'm referring to. So I hope that clears that up.
But when you say detached, that implies that there's no emotional response whatsoever. But that's
I'm not. If you want to infer that, you can. I just explained what I mean when I said it. So I'm not implying what you say I'm implying. I'm referring to what you just described. That came from you. I'm trying to respond to your statements, and I'm using my own language to do that.
And I'm challenging that language.
Okay, but I have the right to communicate in the language that I use.
Yeah.
If you don't like my language, either go talk to somebody. Is it impeding your ability to understand the conversation? Because both times I've used different terms to things that we both agree are real that you yourself brought up. So you're just not liking the words I'm using to refer to them. And that's what I don't want on this panel. Yeah. I don't want you educating me on proper language or proper etiquette because I don't happen to be using the words you think I should be using. That's obnoxious. It's patronizing. It's condescending. That's not what this panel is for.
I am condescending, but would you like me to leave? Because I don't want to upset you.
If that's what you're here to do, yeah. If you're here to have an actual conversation, despite the differences in terminology we might be using, that's a different thing.
Look, Denizen will confirm. I am an arrogant motherfucker. I'm also really pedantic. Like I am.
Are you on the spectrum?
No, people have accused me of it, but I don't think so.
Okay.
I do have mental health issues, but I don't think that I'm, because there's lots of markers that autistic or people on the spectrum have that I don't appear to have. If I am, I would argue it's very mild.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, my aim is never to upset people. So my aim in this conversation is not to upset you. This is kind of how I converse.
I'm very sensitive to having my language policed and like held to a certain standard without actually trying to understand what I'm saying or why I'm using it the way I'm using it. And it seemed like your criticism was of the actual language I was choosing to use, my terminology, and not the point I was trying to make.
Well, I suppose the point that you're trying to make is expressed through the words that you use, right?
Yeah, so I can help you to understand. If you're not fully understanding what I'm trying to say, I can help you understand it better, like by saying it in different ways and stuff. But to come on here and set the standard for the terminology that gets used is people here are going to use all kind of different words for things. We come from different backgrounds, etc.
Right.
So I mean, you have to be a little tolerant with language around here.
I think I am tolerant, but I think it's acceptable to challenge the words that people use because words have meaning, don't they?
Let me think about that because it's doing it in a way where it doesn't come off as you being the language police. I guess it could, because what I would do is challenge the concept behind the word because I understand that the words are just pointing to something else that's the real subject of the conversation. And so rather than get caught up on actual words. To me, it like shifts the conversation from the content layer to the linguistic layer. And
Well,
I guess it's easier for me to talk about the actual concepts. Like when you described what I was calling detachment, I know what you're talking about because you described it. So I'm using the word detachment for that. And
right.
that word is creating some kind of barrier for you. So I'm willing to use a
Yeah.
different word, but I'm just saying when I used the
Dispassionate
word
was great.
detachment, it was referring to that thing.
Dispassionate was a good word.
Okay.
Like
then
that fits.
That works. But
perfectly.
when we get caught up on like the precise word to use, then it hijacks it from talking about the actual substance of the conversation. And that's what was throwing me.
I think I disagree with you there. And the reason why
I'm just saying how it's affecting me and my ability to have the
Right.
conversation.
Yeah, and I'm also giving you my perspective. Is that not allowed?
Yeah, go ahead.
The reason why I disagree, it's partly because of, and I get this is just purely personal, like this is just me, but I have when I was a kid, I literally could not communicate because I had a really bad stutter. Right, every word pretty much that came out of my mouth was unpronounceable, and I still have difficulty with some words with combinations of hard consonants. Like the word meditation sometimes trips me up still. Right? So making myself clear through language, like throughout my entire childhood, was kind of impossible. And so as an adult, it's, probably a bit of a pathology, like, well, maybe not pathology, that's taking it too far, but it's certainly a thing that I have where, because I'm aware that words have specific meanings. I think words have two forms of content, right? There's the informational content, but there's also an emotional content to words that are being used. And I think, yeah. Like, so for me, semantics, like people sometimes call me a grammar Nazi. That's actually not accurate. I'm much more of a semantics Nazi.
Oh God. Yeah, we're not gonna get along.
But I'll try and rein that in when I'm around you.
It makes it hard for me to have the conversation because instead of talking about the actual things that I want to talk about, we end up talking about the words for the things. And I'm not really fussy about words, so it doesn't matter to me.
What's up, guys?
Words we want, as long as we're all on the same page about the words.
Right. I suppose for me sometimes.
Good to see you. I thought you would have
You cut out, or I cut out.
No, I think he cut out.
We lost you.
His internet sounds like it's messed up.
Okay, can you hear me now, guys?
Yeah.
Okay. I
So
got
Trump
off the
said,
Wi-Fi.
"Welcome in."
Yep, I think my router's busted after that. That storm we had. Yeah, the power went out, and then when it came back on, ever since then, I thought it was the storm making my internet like glitch out. But yeah, apparently I'm on the cellular, and it works way better.
Oh, okay. Well, good
But
to
I was
have
excited to see you guys still on. I was like, fuck. I raced home as fast as I could.
you. Wow. Yeah, we had some good conversation this morning. It's the type of conversation that I like to have.
Honestly, I was about to end it because I was chatting on Discord. I got distracted, and then I heard the yelling, I was about to end the stream, and then you guys worked it out before I could click the button. So
you were gonna end because of the drama.
Yeah. I'm trying not to. Yeah, I'm just trying to detox.
Oh yeah. Well, this is you're taking a risk on here, I guess. But I am trying to keep it. At least
here's the other thing too: is I saw it coming before it happened.
Oh, you did.
So but I know you, and I know Shiva.
I don't think that was. I mean, it was slightly contentious, but I don't think it was dramatic.
With my level of contention with my history, it was very.
I was totally distracted, so I can't honestly comment one way or the other. I really can't.
But I will say, long as as long as we can move in a constructive direction, I'm fine with
Right.
it. I think that's what happened. Like Shiva and I
That's what
both
I was
had
gonna
the
say
ability to
because
do that.
Right.
he was on Jeff. He was on a panel the other day, right? And this is when he started his panel detox. I mean, it was like a raging battle of like, okay, I'm just gonna be a bigger douche and talk over you and just act,
Oh
just
yeah.
not even like care about the conversation, right? And Denizen's like,
Right.
fuck this. And so I think I went in Discord last night or the night before and I said, hey, Gen X Jeff's running. We're trying to get the show going. He says, dude, I'm detoxing. And I knew exactly what he meant. And
Uh-huh.
like, it's okay to have good, like heated debates and arguments and stuff where you walk away from and you're like, okay, now I have a better understanding. But it's not okay to like yell and scream at someone and just like demean them and like not have any kind of like court. I don't know, like there's got to be some kind of rules of engagement, you know.
If y'all want to help me keep this stream at that standard, I would not mind that at all. So this could be a place because I should probably detox myself too. I'm just really bad at it because the minute somebody puts drama in front of me, I jump all over it. I've been that way my whole life. I grew up in drama. But if y'all want to keep this stream on a more elevated level, I'm all for doing that.
I think that's what people need, right?
I
Sorry.
think it does involve having the right people that like Brown's boy says, the type that can respect each other's, at least that we're here to have a good faith conversation.
I'm always here to have a good faith conversation, except when I appear on Verbal Combat in the future, because I've realized that's not a good faith
No,
panel.
in fact, they want that. That's what they're looking for is the blood sport.
And next time I go on to Verbal Combat, I'm going on with a moniker Shouty Shiva, which is a bit of a meme, and I'm just going to be acting in bad faith the entire panel.
Good for you. I support that.
I support that too. If as long as you don't act like Knave, I'll always like be okay with you. That person, I don't think I would ever be able to stand that person in front of me, let alone like 1,000 miles from me. If like a nuclear bomb dropped on people like that, I probably would not cry over it.
Well, we don't. I was on the panel with her a few times, but I don't really run in her circles either.
She was just downright mean and just. I mean, I got there because I mirrored it. You know how I mirror everybody's energy and stuff. But I mean, I was looking at the panel and I was even telling the panel host Mel or whatever. I was like, dude, this is trash. This is trash, man. And so when I come to your channel, the reason I support your channel and the reason I support you being a Satanist, someone who believes 100% differently than I do, is because you know how to respect people, you know how to have a conversation, and you can work through things with other people, and like we can get somewhere. And we can, not just my life is enriched, but your life is enriched by the conversations we have. And then hopefully the audience is enriched. That's my goal.
Nicely put. Hey, Chuck.
That panel was horrible.
Yo, Chuck.
What's up, girl?
The male panel.
Yeah, that was bad. Neve's an idiot. I've only had one conversation with her, and her insistence that the word simultaneous can be used to apply to sequential events over the course of a lifetime was just ridiculous.
She's very unhappy. She's very unhappy, you can tell.
Yeah, well, and that's why I'm not trying to encourage it. You know what I'm saying? Like that person is wearing a mask of a smile where there's a lot of pain, and I don't need to contribute to that, especially publicly.
And I was highly disappointed the other morning on Mel's show. The way Rusto totally did not hear a word she said, but heard everybody else. I was disappointed in that.
Didn't hear a word Mel said or Neve?
Neve.
Oh.
Well, just to keep it.
Everybody else, including Denizen,
I would tune out Neve too. I don't have a problem with that.
No. He was protecting her.
Oh,
But isn't she part of that social group?
Yeah,
Is she
the
part of that
debate
social group?
squad or whatever they call it.
She's not a debater.
What was you going to say, Dennison? I didn't mean to cut you off.
I'm trying to like there's like a valid conversation to be had about the way people behave on social media. It's actually something that I'm quite interested in. I'm just trying to keep like specific instances, places, and names out of the discussion. Otherwise,
Oh, okay.
that's what makes it so hard, because
it throws the fuel on the fire.
I work off
right?
of those concrete particulars. That's the only way I know how to.
Yeah, and I
Yeah,
understand
it's
what you're
difficult.
saying,
You
but
got to extrapolate upwards. Sorry, go ahead, Moose.
it's just hard for me to like describe like all the characteristics of a person like that. Like I can
It is.
say, hey, there's an attention whore in the room, right? But like that doesn't describe what we witnessed and what we had to sit through. Like that was
Correct.
an intense like
It's too broad.
gaslighting ceremony. I felt
Yeah,
like
it's
we were
hard.
almost getting indoctrinated into the Illuminati.
It is. There was some indoctrination ritual going on for sure. And see, this is the conversation that I love having right here, because that's interesting. You know, it really is the way humans interact with one another.
I've had to leave a show too because a fella was simping. I don't know if that's the right word. Being a beta, a simp.
Oh, for the
Beta.
host?
And
Beta.
yeah, it was making me physically ill to my stomach.
Oh.
I mean, it was disgusting because he was being rather personally sexual towards this person, thinking they were where nobody else was seeing it. You know, I'm trying to keep names out of it, like Dennison said. But yeah, it was just a weird dynamic that goes on when this certain person pops up there.
I mean, basically, all you got to do is say Tarek, but yeah.
No,
Oh, everybody knew.
It wasn't Tarek. It was,
And it doesn't matter who it was.
There you go.
Yeah, that's why I threw Tarek's name out there, because it really doesn't matter who it was. It doesn't
It
matter.
does though. Why bring it up if you're not going to?
It doesn't, because
detail.
the dynamic is what's interesting.
But I don't. How do you see the dynamic without the concrete
Jeff,
parts
you have to
in motion?
deconstruct it,
You just reference them in an abstract sense, Jeff. So you can
Yeah.
talk about the kind of power dynamics or the social dynamics.
I'm talking about the behavior, not the person. Yeah.
Right.
Like if somebody says stick figure A did this and stick figure B and stick figure, I don't learn anything. If they say Tarek said this to Cynthia, who said this to Float, then I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, I see.
Well, you could say, let me say his name was Bob and the other person's name was Julie. Would that work for you?
As long as it's some kind of like descriptive scenario with some concretes in it that I could latch on.
And if you try hard enough, it is hard. It's extremely difficult. But if you try hard enough, you can actually become more effective. You can communicate more effectively by leaving those details out, because it requires you. It requires you to focus on the details that you're actually trying to communicate. The thoughts, the feelings, the principles, the dynamics. That's what really matters.
But all of that emerges from the concrete, the perception of the concrete sensory particulars, the events,
which you can describe without using names. You can.
I can't describe anything physical without using physical terms. That's my problem. I have to.
Jeff, that's our challenge. That's mine and your challenge, though. Because see, I'm a face person, right? And I put together all these pieces by who people are and like that. But we have to deconstruct it, deconstruct what they're doing, like word by word, like phrase by phrase, and like moment by moment. You have to deconstruct what they're, so that way you can, you can describe it. And then once you can describe it, then we can talk about it. And yeah, it's so much harder for me to like do that. but I'm gonna work towards it because honestly, like by throwing out names, like Denizen's right. What it does is it just like it throws out basically a flag on the field, and it just opens it up for another drama session, or it opens it up for someone to be all hurt in their
I
feelings,
don't
or
care, but that's if they want to. If that's the direction they want to have, that's fine. I'm not taking responsibility for how somebody reacts to what I throw on the field.
Instead of
Because
attacking
all of
the
this is happening on
behavior,
stream, I'm only referring to things on the record that everybody can see. And I like that. I think that's useful. I don't think I'm doing anything wrong by referring to actual previous incidents as everybody can go reference and learn from themselves. I'm not here to protect people's feelings at all. I don't care
I
about
get
that.
you. I get you, Jeff. I think that though, a lot of it is like sensitive stuff that could damage relationships. Like if you notice how our panel here has, it's dwindled down to who we have right now. Now, I'm not saying it's a bad thing, right? I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but certain people like Denizen might want to have those relationships open to him still, and by if he uses their names, it might dissuade them from being his,
Right. And
friend.
he can make that choice. And I'm
Right.
not judging him for making that choice. I'm just saying I choose differently.
I wouldn't judge you other than to recognize your part in any perpetuation of the cycle. So that's what I'm trying to avoid, is the perpetuation of the cycle. And so what I would do is I'll just end the stream and leave the chat. I'm not going to hate anybody for what they choose to talk about.
Yeah, that sounds fair.
I think
What's the
doesn't it-
difference between learning and perpetuating the cycle? Because you have to be able to talk about these things to learn from them.
well,
But then some people are going to say just
Okay.
talking about them at all is perpetuating the cycle, and I disagree.
It's your
once
intent.
you put a name to it, it becomes personal.
I disagree with that too.
understand what
Just
he's saying.
referring to something that happened on the stream, just saying on Flow State stream, Cynthia said this or so. I don't see that as perpetuating anything. It's just referencing something that's out there on the public record. Like if we can't talk about the past, how do we learn and how do we create the future? I don't get this mentality at all. It seems like y'all are there's a protective. You're trying to protect or preserve something.
I'm trying to understand it as well because I'm a little dense, but I think I understand why. I just don't understand why I would do it. But
Right.
then I thought about it, for a couple more seconds, and like Denizen said, he's just going to end the stream, and he's going to leave if he encounters that. And I like Denizen, and we have great conversations, so that might dissuade me from doing that. You know what I mean?
Doesn't
Like,
it-
because we're building a community here.
Doesn't it partly depend on the individuals concerned? For example, I think Denizen probably would feel quite safe in criticizing me, knowing that perhaps in the moment I might not enjoy the process, but I'll at least take what he says seriously and consider what he says seriously. And then if he's right, I'll come back to him and say, yeah, you know what, you were right, I was wrong.
It
Right,
won't
so-
perpetuate drama between the two of us.
Yes. So I think it kind of depends on the individuals concerned, right? Because some people are much more reactive than,
Right.
than
If you take a person whose purpose is to create drama and strife on panels and you mention them, you're feeding the vampire, the energy vampire, whether you like it or not. And it's not fair because the conversation should be allowed to happen.
I'm not going to be I don't want to be censored or have my speech restricted over some arbitrary, like social value or etiquette like this.
Yeah. Here's the thing I'm doing.
Like this taboo of saying people's names and referring to past incidents. I don't think that's helpful
it's not
for
about
discourse. I think it constricts the discourse.
So
it's not about taboo.
Here's what I do differently than a Moose and Jenna Chef. So instead of saying, "Oh, I'm not that bad. If you got to know me, it'll be cool," I play into the evil. I say, "I'm worse than you think. Watch out for me." And then they'll. But since they are contrarians, they'll whatever you say, they'll act the opposite way.
Could you give us an example, Hank?
So when Officer Snaps call me Black Gay Witch, I changed my headline to that, just to say, well, thank you. I'm gonna take it from me. Then they can't use it as an insult anymore because it looks like I like it. If I like their
Yeah,
insult,
that's
I'll take that. It's a compliment. And then now they have to go back to the drawing board.
that's what I go by. Like it has the power you give it, and I'm gonna say what I want to say, and talk about what I need to talk about. And if people have whatever reaction they have, that's because they're giving it the power to sustain that reaction. I don't feel responsible for that. That's their cognitive process, not mine.
Exactly. That's why N-word that Limitomi yells out has no effect on me because I don't want it to. I'm just better at spiritual warfare than all of these posers.
Oh yeah, we never did finish talking about that, did we? Here's my question with the spiritual warfare. Those of us that are not spiritual or don't recognize that dimension, what are we supposed to do in this spiritual war that everybody else thinks that they're in, that we're somehow a part of, even though we don't believe in any of it? How do we navigate their spiritual war?
So how you do it is you stop playing peekaboo. You stop playing peekaboo, but when we say spirits, you can take it as if we interpret it in the Jordan Peterson sense, you can take it as just you can extract over just a group of people. Just a group of people behaving in a similar way, or an institution that people walk around in a pattern. If you just see what's in front of you instead of just play peekaboo and say, well, I don't believe it, so it doesn't exist, then you could just see what's right in front of you. So you don't have the issue of a car hitting you because you just don't believe in cars.
What am I supposed to see in front of me if I don't? How do you see something you don't believe in? Like, how do you see systemic racism if you don't believe in it? That kind of stuff.
Okay. So yeah, here's the difference. You may not see the pattern of racism, but you may be able to see something like, well, black people have less money than white people. So there's some stuff that you can't
Not
see,
all
even though
black
you don't have the framework to see it as an object. You may have to see it as parts of two different objects because of your framework. So this framework changes your perception. So you may see something related to it, but you may call it something else.
Well, we ran into that earlier too. And Browns, part of what I'm being told is that I'm not actually sensing emotion. It's a artifact of, it's like simulated feeling.
Well,
pheromones.
There's no pheromones on the internet, Chuck, because we didn't get you and your engineer boys didn't get the smell-o-vision working.
Do you think people are sensing emotion through the internet, like tension and anxiety? Because they seem like they do. They pick up cues and vibes from people, and sometimes it's just avatars. It's not even people on cam, and they can pick up things.
So what happens is that they pattern match. They'll see what someone else is doing and generate on their end what they think the other person's feeling.
Like theory of mind.
Yes. But unfortunately, theory of mind's not theory, so it's all guesswork. And people like me take advantage of that to make someone feel whatever way I want them to.
Y'all heard it here. Maybe, I don't know. We are, there is an energetic component to us, right? As organisms. Cell phone versus cell phone.
All right, Jeff, you're Talcotting us here. You're reading the chat. You're in the chat. Lanza, get up here. If you're going to chat with us, get up here and be part of the conversation. You're not shy.
Yeah, Lanza, you come on up.
Brown's boy's afraid of Chuck.
He kind of pops in. I've just learned that he pops in when he wants and leaves when he wants. He follows his own.
Yeah, he does.
He's like a bird. Goes around leaving droppings all over the place.
Well, some of them are valuable, I find.
The brown comes from the peanuts. He's a peanut gallery guy.
You know what? I can honestly say, Jeff, that I think that you are biased. Like, and when I say that, I think that if someone came in here talking smack about me, I think you'd throw them out, or I think you'd tell them to calm their
He
little.
has.
And he
He
has,
has.
yeah.
Isn't
So
everyone biased?
yes, but
Like biased towards
yes.
you or towards Browns boy?
No, biased.
I am
No,
biased.
like you're a good
We're all
dude
biased,
because
aren't we?
like you stick up for the people that you consider friends. Like when I go to other panels, like you'll see people get ganged up on, right? Or thrown under the bus, and it'll be like you'll think you're friends or something, and then they won't say nothing. They'll just
Oh
be
yeah, that
like,
happened with me with
"Whoops."
the Cynthia thing.
Hey, with the Cynthia thing, I what did you want me to say to her about you? Like I don't even know why she has a problem with you in the first
Because of the
place.
autism. Nobody has to say anything.
It's
But I
not the
got attacked
autism
for
because
my
I also have
autism, and
autism. That's
everybody's all
ridiculous.
friends with her. That's
I also have autism, so that's not valid.
And
what
I'm
do you mean it's not
100%
valid?
not friends with
Because she
Cynthia.
doesn't have the
Not at
same
all.
problem with me, even though we're both
But
classified as
that's what I'm just
autists.
going by what she's saying. She's making it an issue. So I think that's a shitty thing to do is to make somebody's something about them that
It's
they have
what
no
you said.
control over to be the problem that you have with them. If she
Yeah,
had
It's what you said. It either gave her the opportunity to create content or it genuinely hurt her feelings and set her off.
I think it was
Either
both.
way,
I think her
Yeah.
hurt feelings are her content.
yeah, that's a really good point. That's a really
Yeah.
good point.
Well, she
Yeah,
thought
Yeah, that
Jeff was
is.
personal, being personal. She thought he was personally attacking her.
He criticized, I mean, he called her a Karen, and
Yeah, and
that's.
she came up on stream one day and attacked Moose for being a trickster, and I said how that was a trickster thing to do. So, but that
I'm
was
not
something
saying you're
she herself
wrong.
initiated.
Well, it
I'm
was
not saying
also
you're
random.
wrong.
Denizen, hold on, Denizen. Let me preface this. This was a random attack. Like I had been on everybody's panel. I'd been cordial on everybody's panel. I wasn't causing drama. I wasn't being funny guy all the time. I was actually starting to develop my more intellectual side, right? And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Cynthia and Flo are here, and I hop up real quick. I'm always here, so it's normal that I hop up. It's not. I didn't hop up for them. And all of a sudden she's just calling me out for being a trickster, and it's like I
Yeah,
didn't even say anything. I didn't
yeah.
even do
It's
anything. I
completely
literally
unprovoked. She
I
laid
just
into
woke
it.
up, walked into the room, and it's like, well, F you too, you know. And
I
Yeah,
then a
but
saw
couple
it's
her
days
just
later
her.
later I
comment
was
about that.
drama
That's it.
streaming
So
for
if
her.
that's what she thinks was horrible and hateful and hurt her feelings, I don't apologize for it. She did say that. She was being a trickster.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not going to say you're wrong. I'm just telling you what the actual catalyst was.
Yeah, and I'm saying, please just do better. You need to up your trickster game, all of you.
The only way to win is to not play the game, Hank. You'll learn that sooner or later. You're a smart guy.
Yeah, we had a
Brandon,
Seems like
you're
3 hour
not
Or be
coming up
me.
on the panel
conversation
Has
right
their own
now.
last
game
night.
going.
Or be
Or even
Hank
be
and
me.
just win every time.
Absolutely
Fair
not.
enough, Hank. Fair enough.
But Brandon, I know you're in the back room. We're not letting you up today to promote your channel. You're not promoting your channel today. I'm sorry. I'm making
Yeah,
it
That's
some might
executive
crazy.
say that he's the best
decision.
channel, but the thing is, I don't watch it. I gotta be honest, I don't watch it.
It's
Some might
X-rated.
say it's the best channel.
But I'll do you one. I'll do you one because I know you want to know what my favorite Looney Tunes character is. And I've told you a couple times already. It's not going to change. It's the Roadrunner. Okay. All right, everybody on panel, can we go around and can we tell Brandon Looney Tunes what our favorite Looney Tunes character is? Please go, Hank.
I
Wow,
thought
E
yours was
Coyote. Okay, Chuck, you next.
Pepe
don't-
Le Pew.
Chuck is Peppy? I thought that.
I'm a
Shiva
lover,
next.
not a fighter.
Okay,
I
Shiva
don't
next.
have one.
They don't have Looney Tunes over there.
No, I don't have a favorite. I
Oh.
don't care about Looney Tunes.
Okay.
Okay, Denizen next.
What's the question?
What's your favorite Looney Tunes character?
Oh, Bugs Bunny.
Cartoon.
Jeff next.
I'm gonna go with Taz. It's Taz or Foghorn, but I think today it's Taz.
Tasmanian Devil.
Yeah. I like his energy.
There we
I
go.
know.
We answered all of Brandon's questions because we know his whole dialogue tree.
I spent 3 hours with the Tasmanian devil last night having this conversation.
Wait, what?
The conversation we were having prior to the Looney Tune talk about reaction, action, and reaction that happened in your situation, and I got nowhere
Oh,
because I was trying to explain the autism side of it since I live with it.
yeah. That's another thing that really hit home last night is how little people understand autism and what our limitations are. A lot of people try to educate me about things that come easy to them that I'm never going to.
Well, they can't
Pick up on.
educate. They can't educate anyone on it because they don't understand themselves. It's like
Right.
it's just an organ. It's automatic. So since they don't know anything about it either, so they don't know enough to educate anyone on it.
But they think they do. There's certain norms that they're trying to get me to understand and adjust myself to, and I don't know why they're doing that.
Well, my son is just like you. If anybody attacks his autism, you don't know what you're going to get. He totally loses it. He doesn't like it.
No, your son's not like me at all. Everyone can attack my autism. I'm not gonna do anything to me.
I was talking
because
about
I don't know where it is.
like,
I don't know what my
I
autism
meant like
is.
Jeff. He's kind of like Jeff.
I am sensitive to having my autism be what's attacked because so many people have used it against me. Like that's the thing that they know they can leverage against me. They've done it in workplaces, social groups, etc. We're very easily scapegoated. Like we make very attractive scapegoats. And so I'm very sensitive to that dynamic. So when the autism becomes the dominant feature of what they're attacking, that's like, oh, okay, I know what's happening here. I know this game. I know what they're doing. It's easy to set up the outsider as the scapegoat. And she got away with it because look, it worked.
When I was a kid, I was brought up in various institutions, one of which had some really severely autistic kids in. One kid was so severe, literally all he could do was stand by a wall and repeatedly just bang his hands against his legs. And if you approached him in any way whatsoever, he would completely freak the fuck out. Mm-hmm. But then I've known lots of autistic people who, like, they're just people, right? They just kind of get on with stuff, and like I think
your terminology is weird. How do you be severely autistic when it's a big bucket? Can you be severely neurotypical? Is that like how Chris?
I think when you're completely, yes. So I think there are it like literally, Hank, what this kid did was stand up like hours at a time, and he would just bang his hands against his legs.
Okay.
And that's all he would do. And if you tried to interact with him in any way whatsoever, he would completely lose his shit.
Oh, that's fine. So
how
would a severely neurotypical person act?
Severely neurotypical?
Yes. Give me an example.
Well, you give me an example. It's your phrase.
What do you mean by neurotypical?
I'm trying to explain you that by proof of contradiction that your model is trash. So someone can be severely autistic, then implies that someone can also be severely neurotypical because of both neurotypes. But since you don't have that defined, I'm saying that your whole framework is trash and you need to go back to the drawing board.
Can you be severely healthy?
Yes.
What does that mean?
That's athlete. It means you're an Olympic athlete.
Well, that's not severely healthy. That's just healthy, right?
No, that's severely healthy.
Well, now we're back in semantics.
I mean, I think I'm contrasting severe with other autistic people I know who appear to be able to interact with others with more ease.
Okay.
And that's on a gradient. That's on a gradient. It's like some have been like, there was one guy that I used to hang out with that if you didn't know he was on the spectrum, you probably wouldn't guess. Like, but there was someone, and this was in when we were studying animation. I was one of his classmates. It's funny, quite a lot. That class seemed to have quite a few autistic, like a few people on the spectrum on it. Maybe there's something about the kind of repetitive nature of animation that's kind of appealing. But
yeah. So
another guy.
Your framework's incomplete.
Wait, let him finish.
Okay.
So when I'm saying severely, I'm contrasting it with other autistic people I've met who seem to be able to engage with the world with more ease. Like it, so because it's a scale, right? It's a gradient. It's not a binary.
Okay,
Yes.
so I could call Illumitami severely neurotypical because he has a hard time interacting with the world.
No, I call it autistic, severely autistic. I probably have called it that before.
But okay. So we need them.
I call him a megaspurg or an ultraspurg. That's
Yeah.
what Tommy. He's like a level of spurgery.
Okay,
Beyond.
maybe then Cynthia's severely neurotypical because she just gossips.
I don't think
sees
she's necessarily neurotypical.
All right, is anyone neurotypical then?
Yeah, that's a good question. Like, no two brains are alike, so all brains diverge from each other on some level.
I mean, I wouldn't say
there's statistical norms that you can predict off of people that are quote unquote neurotypical.
I wouldn't say that I'm neurotypical. I'm mentally ill, right? So that's not typical, right?
Well, no, because most people are mentally ill, so having a mental illness is typical.
There is a case being made that some forms of mental illness qualifies neurodivergence as well. That should be included in the category of neurodivergence because it is a differentiated brain.
So what's the same brain? What's the non-differential?
The ones that fit like the statistical norm, the whatever metric you're using, the middle of the curve, where people like they all share a similar theory of mind because they can relate. They're all kind of basically they have the same norms they work off of, so they can assume the same norms in others when they encounter them, and then it facilitates interaction, communication.
So autistic can be neurotypical if there's enough autists.
It's a threshold diagnosis, so until one trait or another rises to a level of clinical significance, meaning it's impacting functioning in some way, it's causing some kind of distress for them. If it's not, then it's not an issue. Like my rocking causes me nothing at all. I don't consider that an issue at all of any kind of clinical significance.
Yeah, so the issue is using a statistical curve to judge people. I mean, on average, people have one ball and one boob, but no one.
Are you saying
it's cognitive?
Hank, are you implying that we shouldn't differentiate between different grades?
I'm saying that the boxes you're using are the wrong boxes.
So what term would you use to describe someone who acted as the way that I described earlier, where he was just like standing there banging his legs with his hands, and if you tried to interact with him in any way, he would completely freak out, like become violent, freak out. Compared to say someone like you or Jeff, who appear to be able to interact with people and engage with people. Like how would you differentiate between those two, or would you not?
So well, my models I tend to use is the MBTI model and an Enneagram model. So I really don't know. I don't have enough information, but with the information I do have, I'll just say potential powder keg. But that's not enough for me to put a good classification. Other than they may overreact to things.
Hit that like button, ladies and gentlemen.
I understand the dilemma, Shiva. I understand what you're saying. And I think we do need to have a way to talk about the different types and levels or whatever of neurodivergence.
Yes,
and mental health.
Yes, but we need to know where we're diverging from, and since it's not defined,
that's a good point, because it's always the norm, the statistical norm or the accepted norm that it's diverging from, but that's not necessarily that person's norm. So it's learning what's normal for them and evaluating their divergence on their own terms instead of in reference to a norm that shouldn't be applied to them in the first place.
It's even worse than that because the norm isn't stationary and it is arbitrary. If I ask what the norm is, I can't get an answer. Period.
It depends on the context, doesn't it?
Yeah, it changes too. Like different groups and have different. That's where code switching comes in. Another thing neurotypicals are really good at is picking up on the norms, adjusting to them, switching to new norms when they need to, etc. And I have no idea how they're doing that.
Yeah, well, you do have an idea how they're doing it. They just don't have in their own thoughts. They just share the same thoughts.
Nah.
That's weird. I don't think.
Nah. Nah, it comes from playing games as a kid. That's when you get socialized and you learn how to act with other people within a generic rule set. And you kind of learn, what's acceptable. For a social being, you check yourself by acting out in the world, and then the reaction that you get is how you gauge the social acceptance.
You're saying that's how neurotypicals do it? They learn from social feedback?
That's how I do it.
Well, I'm one of the biggest gamers, so it's probably not the...
And I'm able to do that thing you're talking about. I code switch like a mofo, so...
That's a skill.
Well, I can code switch and context switch. I'm a literally a Discordian, so...
Hank, when he said games, I don't think he was referring to people playing video games. I think he meant children playing games at a young age with each other in a social setting.
Okay, think what you want.
Hey, and what we saw over on that other place...
Well, hang on, we can clarify. Denizen, was that what you meant?
Yes, that's what I meant.
Yeah, he clarified. So on that other panel with the chaos, right, and that one person not getting the social check that they needed, they continued on with the terrible behavior, making everyone around them that didn't agree with that behavior, that was completely appalled and just didn't want to hear that crap anymore. They were all had to sit through it, and nobody checked them. But if that one person in charge would have checked them, everything would have been peaceful again. So I think it's important that we check each other, and I think it's
they could have left the street. But sometimes here's my problem with checking: it turns into policing. They start checking your emotion level. They start checking your language. They start checking your tone.
But checking always has been policing.
I don't do policing.
I mean, because you could always leave.
Police
if you don't like a panel, you always have the option of leaving.
Yeah. I do.
Well, you police them by deciding if they're even allowing the panel in the first place. So
that's true, but I mean, that's the thing though, is you're going to have these open panels, right? And if you don't have some kind of standard, and you don't have some kind of respect for each other, and if that's not the norm, I don't know if you can ever have a productive, actual productive broadcast other than a drama cast.
Yeah, you're right. And I think the way I get around it is by who I let on in the first place. I don't have to specifically set a rule for you and Denizen and Hank. I know that if I let you on, I can more or less trust you to keep the conversation in this comfortable range of what I'm trying to do with the stream. And so I don't have to have rules. I just rely on the trust and respect that of the people I let on, and I'm starting to get better about who those people are, and it's making a difference.
Yeah, so I don't mind panels.
Today, I think we're all doing fine, and we didn't lay down any specific rule. I think as adults, as we talk, we're just working it out in the moment, and that's the way I prefer much better than having some kind of... I don't like rules. I'm not a rules person.
Yeah, it's like an unwritten rule kind of thing. But we all kind of found each other, and we all came here, and we all continue coming here. And it's we don't have problems with each other. We are this is the kind of panel where we can actually do something. If we live next to each other, we could accomplish something together, and it would
That's
be
what I want to do. That's what I've been trying to do.
We can do it even though we're apart, but it's just different. It's just in different ways.
Yeah. And I think that's the way that works for me anyway, the way we're doing it now. Just let it emerge through this intersubjective interaction we're having. And the adults, the ones that are psychologically mature, will be able. It's not that we don't have problems with each other, because it's okay to have problems with each other, but we have a certain maturity, I think, that lets us work through it. And as long as we have that, I'm not worried about all the drama stuff. It's the people that can't do that I notice the drama perpetuates with.
Yeah, so I actually do have some rules when I run a panel. I have rules, but I also pretty much I'm the emperor of the panel. So if people don't get with the program, I will just backstage them. I will kick them. And if I have nothing better to do, I'll let them just run through the Dollar Tree. That's what we'll be done with them. So
yeah, I tell people in the moment, if they're doing something that I don't like being on the end of, I'll let them know. Like, don't police me. Stop telling me how to talk. I'll just tell them in the moment, and they can adjust. I don't have to make a rule about it. I could just communicate it as it happens, and then they could adjust or not, or we could talk about it or whatever.
Yeah, what I'm doing is I'm negotiating with them. So if it says it's something about me they don't like, tell me what to change. And if it's a mutable property, I ask them, how do I change that? And once they don't know, I say, okay, it's an issue. You don't have any idea either.
I think with the right people, we can negotiate all that as it comes up. And that's what I'm aiming for by who I let on the panel. That's why I call them limited open panels now. Yeah.
And I disagree, but I don't think it matters that much.
Yeah. And hey, Jeff, by the way, good to see. We've been seeing a lot of you lately. That's
Chopper Jeff.
Yeah, Chopper Jeff back in the house, dude. What's up, Chopper?
Honeymoon's over. Yeah, I made a mistake one day. I came up with talking to Jeff, and I totally unconsciously put his autism to the side. And when I was talking to Jeff, I got the same reaction like I do from my son when I forget, if I don't take that into account.
Is Chuck severely neurotypical? I mean, he is smoking, even though he knows he's an injury and knows it's killing him.
He's so Chuck. I don't even know how to determine.
God, I got so many people that hate me now. Wow. And I don't even know, other than being a pumpkin, you know?
Well, you're my puppet, too.
Who's hating you?
I'm not going to list names.
Okay.
Because it's a very long list.
Yeah.
Well, I don't hate you.
Hate might be too strong of a word. They dislike me for some reason.
No, I'm pretty good about telling people when I have a problem with them. Like, usually right when it happens. So this idea that people don't know where they stand with me, that's just not what I'm used to hearing.
Yeah. So I don't like Chuck because his sloppy research skills and his just unreliable gossip.
But that's everybody with you. You hold people's research skills to a very high standard, I've noticed.
Yes.
Yeah, so do I.
These are the Cynthia type.
The Karens?
Well, write everything down and put it in a notebook.
Oh, that type. Okay. Not the social police.
Yeah.
Yeah, Cynthia doesn't bother me with that. Her info's usually pretty accurate when she gets it.
I have a notebook too. It's just in here. I don't have to physically write it down.
I have to write things down sometimes if I'm engaged in a debate with someone, especially if they're filibustering, and I'm not in a mood to shout over them. Then I'll have to take notes.
So on what they're saying and what your thoughts are.
Yeah.
I do. When I do a formal debate with someone, I absolutely take notes so I can find that critical space where I can hit them where it hurts. Because I can't talk over them, so I have to wait for my turn.
Except on verbal combat, where I intend to just talk over everyone all of the time.
Yeah, that's the way to do it. Have you been on before?
I have, but I made the mistake. The first week was all right. I've been on twice. The first week was okay. It was the second one that I went on when I realized that my mistake was engaging with the discussions in good faith because nobody else on the panel was. And they're all regulars there. So it's
You're
like
talking about Mortal Kombat or whatever.
Easy verbal combat. So some of them take contrary positions just for the conflict. They don't even actually believe the position.
I went there 4 times, and it's not about debate. It's about who can come up with the best ad hominem.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's what's called
So,
discourse.
And it's
so I don't
different
go
to
back.
well, it's different to his other panels. You can actually go on his non-verbal combat panels and have a decent conversation with people.
What is the point of a debate?
Mind controlling the audience, of course.
No, well, it depends on who you ask, because there's debate.
Actually, yeah, that's not a bad answer, Hank. Influencing the audience, maybe. Yeah.
Is it a competition? Or are you trying to score a rhetorical victory, or are you trying to help to get at the truth? Which I think of more as dialectic than debate.
So I got the truth. Truth is just a feeling, so I can just feel the truth in my heart. So
debate definitely does not get you to the truth. It's an ineffective method.
Well, Brown has
a
never had one.
I'll
host one if you want.
If you want to get to the truth, what you need to have is a conversation rather than
a dialogue.
Let me ask my chat. Chat, what do you think the point of debate is?
I think it's supposed to be a teaching exercise.
So no more shouty Shiva?
Oh no, you'll get shouty Shiva on verbal combat, definitely. They've not been introduced to shouty Shiva yet. Then I don't think they quite know what they're in store for.
Are you going this Friday? That's in 2 days.
If I'm awake, yeah. The only issue with verbal combat is that it starts at like 2:30 in the morning for me. So
I agree with Mavid. So what's the point of debate? Is it just to solidify both sides of the argument, Mavid, or is there some other point?
There's probably several purposes.
It was like, who was it? Hank said it's to try to persuade the audience members.
I don't think so.
And I want to point out, none of what you're seeing on YouTube is an actual debate. You would probably be very bored by an actual debate. So I wouldn't even call these debates, really. Blood sports.
Well, nothing you see on YouTube. You don't know what I'm watching.
Yeah, I watch debates on YouTube, like proper
self-validation. That's another core part of debate.
Ego.
Zoltan.
Yep.
You see, so like there may be plenty of stories that debaters tell themselves about why they do things, and some of them may even mean what they say and truly believe it. But ultimately, you can somewhat, for lack of a better term, objectify what the real purpose of debate is by its actual outcomes. And it has nothing to do with convincing audiences or sharing ideas or learning or teaching, because these debaters are the most obtuse people you come across. And when they have conversations, it always devolves into a one-upmanship that has nothing to do with the original topic of the debate, and it has just to do with coming off across as though you're dominant, verbally dominant to the other person. And I think entertainment is the ultimate form and purpose of debate, and that's why it's evolved into these kind of so-called verbal combat situations where people just come right out and admit they just want to yell and scream at other people they disagree with because it hurts their feelings. That's why I'm far more interested in conversation. I'd rather share ideas and learn from people. I do like to teach. It is inherent in me, but that opportunity usually does not present itself when you are in verbal conflict with someone. If you have a core disagreement with someone on that topic, they're generally not open to teach, and I find teaching to be a challenge. I would say I'm better at it than the average person because it's very, very hard, and I've done it professionally and most people haven't, but I'm bad at it. It's very difficult to do. So I'm definitely not in a teacher mode.
Your mic's going out. I don't know how bad it is. I've learned things from you.
Am I crackling or waving?
It was just fading.
You kind of went quiet.
It was
okay. Yeah, that's just the wireless. Yeah.
Yeah, I do teach professionally, and I'm actually pretty good at it.
What do you teach, Hank?
Package handling.
At a college?
I teach idiocy.
At a megacorp.
Oh, okay.
Megacorp. I love how he says that.
How to
thought
be an
it
idiot.
was-
I work
Easy,
at
three easy
Megacorp.
steps.
Where do you
I'm
work?
taught at a community college or a junior college, whatever you want to call it.
Oh, yeah. Well, you need to listen better.
What? I don't know
See,
why
there's
you
that
hate me.
policing.
Hank
It's
doesn't
so
like me
attractive.
because I pick on Jack, and I try to leave Jack alone anymore. Except
You
when
try
he says
to?
stupid.
I need to
Except when
clip
he
this.
says
No,
stupid shit.
Brown's boy. Brown. Now this is. I think Brown's boy might be right here. I once had this experience when I was heavily engaged in my meditation practice. See, there you go. I nearly tripped over the word meditation then when I was heavily engaged in the practice. And I was walking through a park, and it was just kind of people in the park doing stuff that people do in parks, you know, chucking frisbees and kicking balls and sitting around and, you know, all that stuff. Summer day in a park, right? But then suddenly my vision changed, and what I saw were people giving each other spiritual teachings continuously just by acting normally, right? And they weren't aware they were doing it, right? Now, whether that was actually going on or not is debatable, but that's kind of what I saw. And every now and again, I'll get the same kind of experience where I'm in a crowd of people, and suddenly what I'm seeing is a bunch of bodhisattvas teaching other bodhisattvas how to be better bodhisattvas.
Wow. Do you see anything like that in the Panelverse or on YouTube?
No, I think there's something about this mode of interacting with people that is inherently alienating for me. I'm not saying it's the same for everyone else, but there's something about the communicating through people where it's mediated through a screen.
It doesn't have to be, though.
It doesn't have to be. Like I said, this could. I'm happy to accept that this is just me, just my own personal experience.
No, it's not. It's not you.
Okay. Yeah.
It's a screen. I mean, people pretend like this isn't real life. You know, I mean,
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, it is real life. I don't see the difference between the data that I'm receiving through my senses here and the data that I'm receiving through my senses if I'm outside.
Yeah, that part is.
It's
like an
all-
intensity argument could be made, and then there's a physical safety. Now, barring the fact that we as human beings, we respond to verbal threats the same way we do to physical ones, which is a big part of this, you know, the panel drama, as they put it.
It's this idea that we're responsible for the feelings of the people that consume the content. I don't feel responsible for that because I'm aware of the role that their own cognitive process plays in generating that experience.
It's not your fault
for each person. I have no control over that. So all I can do is be me, and then they can react.
It's not your fault, and they need to take the power. You can't have it, but you are responsible. There is some accountability there because
I refuse to accept it.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, there you go. If you refuse to accept any of
accountability
it, then there won't be any, right?
So
Jeff, in your mind, are the words blame and responsibility synonymous?
No, not at all.
So
I was trying to separate the two, but he's still not buying it.
So
he's like, nope. That's your feelings.
If somebody has like this, there's no way to tell what size audience any of these streams reach. So if it reaches an audience of 10,000 people, there's no way to know how each one of those individual people are going to react, what their experiences are, what's going to trigger. I might be talking about McDonald's and they might have a trauma around that and have this horrible negative experience. I'm not responsible for any of that. None of it.
So I do take responsibility, but I'm a bad guy. So if you're not feeling good, well, that's not my problem.
You're welcome.
You give me a good reason to care.
Welcome in, Mel. I feel like this is still fault somehow, right? Fault or blame. You know, like then that's not. I'm
No,
not
it's
articulate.
locus of control. You're putting the locus of
Yes, but
control for
I
their
conceded
emotions
that.
on me. It should
No,
be
no,
on
no,
them. That is what the most effective
no. I
locus
conceded.
of control is.
I conceded that. I conceded that the locus of control is
Oh,
on
good.
them. That doesn't mean
None of it.
you must know that the things that you say still affect people. Most people
Yeah,
don't
but
take personal.
I don't care how it affects it. I don't take responsibility or feel accountable for how it affects it. Once it leaves me, they are responsible for everything that happens after that. I've done my part. I've put it out there.
So
And
what
I don't
is
hold
your-
other people responsible for how I react or receive their stuff either. Because I know that I'm generating that most of that with my own brain and my own past experience.
Yes, and you are consistent about that.
Hey Mel, good to see you.
Go ahead, Shiva.
No, it's all right. Yeah, no, it wasn't that important. It's fine.
Okay. Shout out to the chat.
You can say it. There's nobody else talking.
It may not have been constructive.
Well, see, now I won't know unless I hear it.
Now I've forgotten what it was. So
Maybe it's for the best.
it obviously wasn't that important to say.
I was trying to remove blame, fault, all of that stuff.
Why?
and
That's
just-
like protecting. To me, that's
No, just blame
emotional
me. It's easier.
babysitting. I don't do that. I let
No,
adults
blame,
be
for-
just blame me.
No,
It's
stop,
easier.
stop. I'm talking about upon the person talking. I was trying to remove all the blame and fault from the person talking and still explain how that person is response-able. That person can control or affect the way other people feel simply by choosing the way they talk.
Yeah, but I'd have to anticipate ahead of time what I'm going to say, what impact it's going to have, and I can't.
You would
do
have to
that.
have,
It's easier for me to just focus on what I'm trying to say. And
but
say
you
it.
don't. You don't. No, I didn't use the word perfection either. I'm separating perfection, blame, fault, all the stuff, all that stuff. I'm not putting any of that burden upon the speaker. I'm merely saying that the speaker can learn how to communicate in ways.
Well, I obviously can't. I'm 53 years old and I haven't learned it yet. I agree that a lot of people seem to be able to do that. I'm not one. I can't. I cannot.
And I can.
I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that. That may be true. I would just say that the way you've been phrasing is that you refuse to do it.
Yeah, Jeff can't. I can. You can blame me for whatever you want.
Well, it's both. I would probably,
Blame and
if I
responsibility
could,
are
I would
not the
probably
same.
refuse anyway.
Are we like? I think we need to separate the words blame with responsibility, right? If you were to say it's not my fault that if what I'm saying affects you negatively, because that only occurs in your mind, right?
And I can't be held accountable for everyone's actions.
Right. Yes, but that's not the same as saying I have no responsibility. Because
yes, but yeah,
because
and if
the
you give me
word-
responsibility, I will take the authority to manage your reactions.
I'm
I'll
not
take
responsible for.
well,
how
no, you
people
can't take
react.
you can't take that from me. I'm afraid.
it. Okay, that's fine, but I can take it from other people.
Because I take responsibility for my own mental states.
Are gay people responsible for how people react to them? Or trans people? I'm not responsible for how people react to me. That's a lesson that every gay person learns when they're a teenager.
Right, but there's different types of activity, Jeff, isn't there? Like, for example, if I threaten you and then you become fearful, do I bear any responsibility?
But that's
for
an
the
actual
fear
threat.
that
That's
arises?
action. That's just not
Right, yes.
self-expression that somebody happens to be reacting to. So that to me
Right,
shifts it to a different category.
Why? It's just words.
Because there's an
just-
intent and an act behind it. There's an
What
outcome
about-
you're trying to achieve with the threat.
What about if I don't threaten you and I just denigrate you as a human being? If I just dehumanize you, right?
Then I can
Like-
leave.
Right, but what I'm asking is, even though the emotional responses might only occur in your mind, and ultimately you are the one who has to take responsibility for your own mental states, right?
Yeah.
Would you agree that I share in the responsibility because
No.
I helped create it?
No.
And I would
Then I'll-
disagree. I would say you are.
Nobody makes me feel a certain way. I generate my own emotions, and for the
That's-
same reason, I don't feel like I make people feel a certain way either. That even in like the 80s, when I was doing counseling therapy, that's one thing that they were very careful to teach, is that nobody makes you feel an emotion, that your emotions, you contribute to the emotions that you feel. So this has been around in mental health for decades now. Maybe it's old fashioned, actually. Maybe there's like a newer generational trend.
Yes, and I'm
But
saying,
however, I'd like to counter with another anecdote. I worked in retail for a long time, well over a decade, and working in retail at Christmas is incredibly stressful, especially if you're working in the gift sector, which is where I worked. I worked in gift shops, right? So Christmas time was really busy. But because I was doing the Metabhavana a lot, which is a type of meditation that makes you emotionally positive and very friendly, what I was finding was that just by being friendly with the customers at Christmas, right? So nothing out of the ordinary, just, yes, that'll be £2.30, please. But I was just being like a normal, friendly human being. It was affecting them emotionally. People commented on it. Like the amount of comments that I got just because I was being a friendly shopkeeper who wasn't completely stressed out at how busy shit was. Like it was affecting them emotionally, but it was affecting them positively. Right? Now, you could argue that
your microphone's kind of getting muffled.
So I would argue that, like, I think I had a beneficial effect on their shopping experience, that it actually benefited them seeing someone being just like friendly with them, and that partially the positivity that they were experiencing, I was partially responsible for.
Yeah, but
Here's
but
why I
also
disagree
there's
with
that element of intentionality again. So you intentionally set out to take actions to generate this emotion, and that's different than me just being myself and people having random reactions to it that I'm not intending at all.
Yeah, here's why I disagree with the mainstream psychological establishment, the Psychology Academy. I don't think you can peekaboo away the intersubjective, and they think you can. They're factually wrong.
Sorry, could you repeat that, please?
Yeah, the Psychology Academy thinks you can peekaboo away the intersubjective, and that's factually wrong. You cannot peekaboo away the intersubjective.
I'm not familiar with that. Like the professionals I know don't do that.
Yeah, but they say you just change how you react to things, then everything's different.
Oh yeah, there's that. Like you have control over your end of the intersubjectivity, like your side of the field. You have control over. So that might be what they're saying, but I don't think they're denying that the intersubjectivity exists or that it plays a role.
Well, some of them do.
Think you can change how you respond to the world, but you need to be given tools to do that, like exercises to train the mind so that the mind responds differently. And I think this is one of my big hang-ups with Christianity, is that yes, Christianity might have wisdom and it might have truths, but it doesn't give you any tools to transform yourself. It just says believe and be good, and that's it. Like, you
don't think it like prayer?
No, the tools are in the Bible, so the tools
prayer
are
works
in there, but they're taught in there.
Prayer works if you respond to devotional practices, but not everyone does respond to devotional practices. Some people are analytical rather than devotional. Right?
And so it does. If you're Christian and analytical, it may not provide you
with tools to transform the mind so that you can change from being a sinner to a better person.
But that's what reading the Bible's for. That the tools are actually encoded in the Bible.
Like love your neighbor stuff.
Well, there's a context for loving your neighbor, and there's a context for screwing with the banksters in the temple. So,
but what if you're naturally hateful? How are you supposed to learn how to love people if you're not given any tools to transform the hatred into love?
Well, you can't. I am naturally hateful. Sometimes you just have to pretend to go along and get along.
I think that's one of the reasons why I turned to Buddhism, was because Buddhism offers you tools. It says, if you want to be happy, great. Here's how you be happy. You do this. And it provides you and it provides tools according to your temperament. So if you're devotional, there are devotional practices. If you're analytical, there are analytical practices. If you respond really well to direct meditation experience, well, there are those practices. So there are a whole range of practices that can help you grow according to your needs and where you are at any given moment in terms of your own development.
Oh, interesting. I think I have the sutras. So, what tool would you use if you're one hateful and two overthink things, analytical to a
Yeah.
fault?
All right.
What
So
tools would you
if you're over analytical, I would recommend the mindfulness of breathing. And if you're full of hatred and anger, I would recommend the metta bhavana, which means the cultivation of loving kindness. It's just an exercise where you literally just wish people well. That's it. And I found the metta bhavana completely transformed my mind.
How's that spelled?
It's two words. The first word is spelled metta, M-E-T-T-A, and bhavana is B-H-A-V-A-N-A.
Okay. Yeah, I'm certainly not going to argue against that. If it works, that's what it generates. Loving kindness, 6 stages.
So I need to know if this thing has a mapping to Buddhism or Hinduism. I don't know if you play Street Fighter at all, but Sasori no Hado, or I guess Surge of Dark Hado.
Hinduism and Buddhism are very different.
Yeah, I know. Buddhism's Hinduism's atheism.
No.
Well, there's not
just different systems.
Yeah, I know, but Buddhism's derived from Hinduism when you reject the supernatural.
The point is, there's a set of tools that you can actually try and see if they work.
Yes, because I never tried anything in my life.
The Buddha himself.
I didn't read Perfect Present. I didn't do anything yet.
The Buddha himself. There's in the Pali Canon. I forget which sutta it is, but he rocks up at this village, and they're like, "Look, we're really confused. We get all these spiritual teachers coming through, and they all say, I have the truth. I have the way. If you follow my teachings, then you'll reach perfect enlightenment." And it's really confusing. How are we supposed to know? And his response wasn't, well, actually, I have the truth and I have the way and you should follow my teachings. What he said was, listen to the teachers, listen to their teachings, and then test them, try them. And if they perform as advertised, then you know that they're speaking the truth. But if you test them against your experience and they don't perform as advertised, then you know they're not speaking the truth.
Yes, exactly.
I'm on a secret mission to convert everyone to Buddhism.
I don't think it hurts to put the tools out there at all. Even if people are not strictly Buddhist, they still might get a benefit from.
Yeah, I mean, you don't need to be a Buddhist to meditate, because it's just an exercise that you're doing. And those two practices, the metta bhavana and the mindfulness of breathing, there's actually nothing explicitly Buddhist within those practices themselves. It's just one is cultivating an awareness of the breath, and the second is wishing people well. So, you know.
Okay, so what would Buddhist exercise be for if you're sheeple and you're gullible and just believe someone tells you?
Then you should test things against your experience to see if they're true.
Are they going to do that, or sheeple?
Well, I mean, probably not.
Apparatus to do that.
But Buddhism isn't, despite what some Buddhists might want to have you believe, Buddhism isn't for everyone.
Yeah.
Some people don't have the aptitude for it.
Yeah, I tried. Buddhism's not for me. I actually tried that.
Have you tried some of these tools?
Yes. I've actually read Present Perfect by a Buddhist psychologist, and that caused me to total a car because it wasn't the right mind state I needed to be in for the environment.
Yeah, when you're driving?
Well, here's the thing. I do split shifts, but it wasn't what they were giving me wasn't what I needed to do for my work week. So it put me off balance.
All right. Yeah. Yeah, Buddhist meditation practices aren't designed to help with your work life. That's not their function. They're meant to make you more aware and more compassionate.
Well,
might help with work
there's a
life.
lot of different Buddhist practices.
They are, yeah.
I need like one that's close to like Akuma Street Fighters, because that's closer to my base nature. Because most
So
most
something
people
like the Grim
Wait. You're talking about a fictional character in a video game.
yes, I'm talking
That's
about.
where it doesn't
Okay, do you want me to
apply.
talk about a real person? Okay, David Wood. That's a real person. Give me a Buddhist
I don't know
David
who that is.
Okay, then it doesn't matter if they're fictional. Well, you just don't know anything.
No, I know lots of things. Maybe you should try not
Okay.
being so rude, Hank.
I've been trying. It's not working, so to be more rude.
He said he was hateful.
Yes.
I mean,
So
the thing is,
basically,
then
if it
you risk
returns
me
to my
being
base
rude
nature,
back.
it doesn't make me compatible with society. So
No.
I need to not be in my base nature because
Right.
before I can react to society properly. Do you
Yeah,
comprehend
and practicing Buddhism won't make you more compatible with society. It will make you less compatible with society.
Yes, but the Buddhist tools I usually stumble upon made me less compatible with society because it returned me to my base nature, which is pretty dark.
Yeah, but quite often that's the process of integration. So you can't integrate the disparate parts of your psyche without integrating the shitty parts of your psyche.
Yes. But I integrate
and
my
often-
nature, I disintegrate with society at large, and it makes less good for me.
And like I said, Buddhism isn't for everyone. Buddhist practice isn't for everyone.
I think he wants to get laid. Is there a Buddhist practice that can get him laid?
Yeah, metta bhavana makes you more attractive.
Yeah, Matt Bob.
So try it. Have you tried that, Hank?
I'm doing it to you right now.
Do it with your shirt off. Practice it, and I bet that in like a week or two, we're gonna have some good news.
That's vague.
2
So I'm not
weeks.
gonna do it.
It's time delineated. Shirt off. That's pretty specific. And then the metta bhagavad. Look, I posted it in the chat. It's 6 stages. It gives you 6 precise steps.
Yeah,
6
I have
steps to what?
The version that I practice has
Joy.
five
Kindness.
stages.
Oh,
Oneself, a good friend, a neutral person, someone you find difficult, and then everyone.
and all sentient beings. Yeah.
So I've
like
already been practicing it.
Who, me?
No, I have.
oneself, loved ones, neutral beings, those conflict and sentient. Yeah, they only have 5 too. Why are they calling it 6 phases?
So yeah, I always been practicing that. You could.
Oh, there's like a
believe me, you could
pre-stage. that
Watch
they-
me on the panels.
Right. I mean, so do you practice it sitting down by yourself in a room with your eyes shut for say 5 or 10 minutes every day?
Probably a few times a week. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Good. Keep it up.
Or
Very
I
wide,
practice it just on panels because I ran into all these people like a couple times a day.
Maybe. In public, treat a woman like a queen. At home, you're equal. In the bedroom, pay me for that info. It can be
He's a
extrapolated.
woke Canadian. How helpful you think he's going to be?
Oh, Gary, my bad.
I have bedroom advice too. I could sell if that's where we're going.
You'd sell. I'm not gonna buy it from you.
Well, I don't know.
I'm
if it would
just-
help you, Frank.
I'm just going to throw it out
I've
there.
seen
Ladies
your
like to be dominated.
some.
80, yeah, most.
Yeah,
Is it-
most.
I would not know. I know that there was in the kink community here. There was a lot of women.
They want to be made to feel small. So, like,
Why?
any way you can make them feel surrounded, encapsulated, light, small.
Is that true, women? Do we have any women out there? There might be a spot for you on the
For
panel.
example, if you can, pick a woman up with one hand and spin her around the bed without, any
Like a baseball
hesitation.
ball.
Do women tell you this? Is that how you know?
Like a basketball, Denizen. Spinning around the thing.
The Harlem Globetrotters.
I mean, they tell me this by their reactions.
Oh, so
Mel is gonna take a
that's
big
called
poke
an
to hide you.
inference.
It's
You
probably
are
a tree.
making an inference about their mental state from their
Oh, of course.
Okay. People
Mel,
always
that
leave
is
part
probably a
out.
tree, not a bush.
So you don't like Mel or some other woman. What do you think about this? Do you want to be twirled around like a basketball?
If you can make a woman feel powerless and safe at the same time, that her legs are going to shake. Especially if you can do it in a way where she feels like she's completely devoured, but still safe.
Is that
That
what
sounds insane, but women are insane.
Yes.
or
Yeah.
maybe just irrational? I don't know if
Because
they're
it
all
lets
doing it. It can't be a mental illness.
Listen though, it lets them.
And that's why
control.
mental illness is poorly defined, because if
Listen to a
everyone's doing
man
it
who
wrong,
knows. Both of you guys don't know shit about women. When it comes down to it, a woman wants to be out of her mind for a moment. She wants to be out of control because most women want to be in control all the time. They're control freaks. And so if you can take them out of control, but you can make them feel great about it at the same time, it's like, boom, son.
That's true too, yeah.
And that's why I'm there. And that's why I've
Y'all
been
get
there.
some good man wisdom today.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to disrespect you guys, but man, I've been there, done that many times.
Did she
folks.
tell you this too, or is that an inference?
It's all inference because you can tell when you hit a home run.
I want a woman to confirm this, that they're getting it right. The theory of mind is correct.
Mel says I'm correct.
Oh, okay. Wow. That's a good reference. I think Mel has a lot of credibility.
It takes a tough man to make a tender chicken. You start with the pasta meal, hell yeah. My lasagna has 100% success rate for panties.
They bring all the gimps.
What about
100%, Shiva?
What about a pasta meal served in a gimp mask? So you're setting out your table straight away.
I mean, it resonates with me too. I'm not saying, I just for like truth's sake, I want at least confirmed by a woman or two that they're not completely off base, and we already have one confirmation. What did you say? Powerless and safe? Because I know they're obsessed with safety lately. They have way higher safety needs than men seem to have. And I don't know how we're going to make a society that meets both of our safety needs. But they also seem more interested in gaining power or being in power. So the powerlessness thing, at least socially, doesn't seem to be aligned with the safety thing. They seem to want safety and power, and the power to create more safety. Because the men are not doing it to the standards that they want. At least
they just need to use their tongues.
They replaced men with the state because they couldn't have independence and security at the same time, which comes from a fundamental misunderstanding of both independence and security. So, but women will learn. We'll have 50 years of this.
Men are suffering the process in the meantime. So maybe
women are forgetting that the state's made on men anyways. So
that's why I think men should focus on themselves for a while, much like women have been for the last 40 years. We should work on improving ourselves and let women, work their way through the economic system and meet us at the other side.
Yeah, I'd be down for that.
Lead by example, gentlemen. If you're convinced that men must be leaders, lead by walking away from the system and becoming independent. And if a woman wants to follow you there, well, by all means.
Yeah, I don't keep following the idiots like they normally do. Idiots and abusers, people to beat them up.
And that's can no longer be my problem. I got my cup does not runneth over, ladies,
Exactly.
I'm a feminist, King Philip. What can I say? I believe in women's ability to pull their heads out of their asses and realize the mistakes they made by trying to corporatize themselves and calling it freedom.
Yeah. But if they want to do it, I'll play their game. It doesn't make a difference to me.
I can't play their game. That's exactly what I can't do. I'm horrible at it. I suck. I can play when it's a man's game, but it's the modern workplace, at least in my field, is definitely a matriarchy, and it is a game I cannot play, or I refuse to try to play anymore because I've had so many failures at it. All right, well, I got to pee, so y'all keep talking.
Oh, I thought you were gonna just cut the stream down. I was like, come on, son.
Oh, no, I mean, I can. Are y'all ready to wrap up?
No, we're having
Sure,
a
let's do that.
Look at that.
Well, I'll go pee. Y'all can
being the
discuss
evil
and
guy
figure it
again.
out.
All right, you take care of you. We got this.
Now I want some dead air.
No, we don't need dead air. Like, I mean, if you want dead air, I'll shut up. But so, what do you really feel about Officer Snaps, Hank?
Oh, well.
Do you feel he is an honest man?
Should I shut my stream down now?
Oh no, never mind. Sorry.
That little, I don't know what's happening because I don't know who these people are and I don't know the history with Hank. But that little Spidey sense is going off.
Oh no, it's just we're just three trolls. That's all it is, Denizen. I trolled Officer Snaps, and Snaps trolled me, and
Hank trolls everyone.
Yeah, and Officer Snaps and Moose have control of me because I'm somehow their puppet, even though it's not working correctly.
Yeah, I don't know how it works.
Untangle the strings is all. Just untangle the strings. It'll all work properly.
What were you saying?
I don't know how. I was called a puppet master by Cynthia, so I was trying to figure out who. I was trying to figure out whose string I'm like in charge of, and I was seeing if I had the power over Hank. But clearly, Hank is his superior.
No, you still have control somehow. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I've gotten that same accusation, just because people make asses out of themselves in front of me easily, It's like I'm not a puppeteer, I'm just not as much of a dumbass as the person you're upset about.
Praise God. All right, I'm back on the LTE.
Yeah, praise God. Man.
So I mean, yeah, like you guys are amazing creatures, and I love hanging out with you. And but yeah, it's one of those things I wanted to see who am I puppeteering, and nobody. I'm not puppeteering anybody. I'm just being an independent troll-like creature, human but not human, man but not man. Because everybody has all these like gatekeeping things, for everything. It's like I buy a motorcycle, right? And the government considers it a motorcycle, but then other people don't consider it a motorcycle because it doesn't have a like a handle clutch. Doesn't have like gear. It's automatic, right? But see, and then like being a man, it's like, oh well, you can have like a 6-pack and like gallon fucking size arms, and some people will think you're a man, right? And then like other people will be like, and that intellectually inferior, but they'll still be considered a man, right? But then there's like somebody who's like smart as fuck, and he's like looks like 110-pound fucking teenage girl, and he'll get no respect. So I just don't get it. I don't understand the world. Maybe I'm artistic, and maybe I'm just not like, I don't know. Maybe I need to write poetry or something.
Yeah. So I'll tell you what I really think about Officer Snaps. I think he's covering up his own, proclivities with his actions, and he's just trying to distract from his own actions. So when he says pedo pogo, well, he's the number one in my book, because otherwise he wouldn't be coming out his mouth all the time.
Amen. Praise God.
Yes, but it can still be useful. It's still useful to me.
Do you know, I had this conversation recently with someone because in this other community of psychopaths that Jenna's in and I occasionally interacted with, and why still occasionally interact with, there's lots of the PDF file talk that's thrown around.
Yeah.
And the accusation is often made that the people who talk about this stuff obsessively are doing so because they have inclinations that way themselves. I don't think that's necessarily what's going on. What I think might be more prevalent, and this is just a hypothesis, so I'm just kind of spitballing here, but is that they're really shitty people, and it's only by comparing themselves to the worst of people that they can seem like better people in their own eyes.
Yep. It's because it's the base. It's the lowest common denominator. You can always find someone worse than yourself if they hurt children. And the obsession, I think, comes from the fact that victims are able to congregate online. I think a lot more people are victims of this type of abuse than we know about because nobody's going to want to talk about it, right? And I think that bleeds online. So many of your PDF hunters, so to speak, or the people who go around accusing everyone of it, are in a state of, kind of like fight or flight and shock because they haven't dealt with their own trauma. So they see everyone as a potential PDF because they themselves were hurt or abused.
Except for the fact that we have a whole bunch of people that's been in a situation that does in fact talk about it. So, but still, they want to hunt. They want to hunt for someone.
Are you guys aware of Liberty Bird? Someone called Liberty Bird who now goes by Tyrant Bird. He often talks about this sort of stuff, and he's a complete piece of shit, right? But compared to, when he can make himself look good by comparing himself to people who are objectively worse than he is. Right?
He can crusade against someone, and get a sense of justice, while everyone around him is in a state of abuse.
Is that all this is? Just status, like the monkey brain, trying to position itself.
Always been status. Always has been status.
It's intertwined with tribalism too, right? Because you can be ejected from the tribe, and that sucks. You probably won't survive. So you've got to find someone worse than you to point at.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's like basic survivor strategy 101.
Yes.
You're the target. Just find another person to shift it to.
Yes. I actually attacked your old co-host Chris for trying to status build with his little bureaucracy, and he just didn't want to admit to it. And that I did. So dishonest people are very easy to get because they want to cover up what's right in front of us, and it's not very easy to do. You need a lot of work to cover up.
Yeah, I don't think most people are interested in reality. I think most people do want to not see what's in front of them.
I'd agree with you there, Jeff. 100%.
That has been caused. Oh, you think some of it's... That's interesting.
I agree, but it was encouraged by feminism.
Yeah, I mean that's made explicit in feminist texts, isn't it? That's
come out of the home.
So there's going to be a lot of stuff that you believe about yourself as a woman that you have to give up on if you're looking to reverse that trend and to look toward traditionalism. Me personally, I don't think it's a thing. I think regardless of whether or not it was influenced by the CIA, which there's evidence that it was still inevitable. And men and women need to be more equal. Because this new era, based on the technological age, is because
when women are scared to death of men, how can you feel equal?
The state is inserted in there. That's where we're at. A woman used to need a man to protect her from other men. Now she can call other men to protect her from any man.
But that still doesn't sound like egalitarianism. There's that much of
no.
a power differential that they have this whole set of needs that the other half doesn't have, and we're the threat and the danger. That's not egality. That's not a level seesaw.
Yeah,
I think
completely equal.
5% of men are who women are afraid of, but they attribute it to all men. And I think this is a lesson they can only learn by branching out on their own and not having to rely upon men. Then they can learn and recognize what it is that they actually appreciate about men instead of the stuff they needed just to survive. Because we're not going to go back. Like, society isn't. If society collapses, sure, then we'll all have traditional relationships again. And guess what, women? You won't like it. Because it's all going to be patriarchy. For real. Not the fake
they
one
do
you
like
make up.
it. Like, they secretly like that.
Perhaps. Either way, that's not what they say they want, right? So, but if we look forward, I see a world in which men and women can only get along if women are actually economically independent.
There's no patriarchy, dude. That's a conspiracy theory.
I think there are patriarchies, plural. There's no overarching patriarchy.
Not here in the U.S., not the West.
Yeah, of course there are. Just like there are rape cultures, plural.
I don't know what that is either. There's individual people that commit those acts. I don't know what this abstract culture stuff is.
So hang on, because you can have small cultures, right? So you can have a culture that exists between two people. So that's what I'm saying. Like the issue that I have with the way that a lot of feminism kind of describes stuff is that it takes things that I think should be talked about as smaller packets and then instead applies them to all men, right? So all men are potential rapists because we live in a monolithic rape culture. Well, I think that's bullshit, right? But you might have groups of people.
Trans men.
Okay, yeah. But you might have groups of people in which things like rape culture and patriarchal attitudes do manifest. But those are smaller groups. It's not the entirety of society.
A patriarchal attitude is not the same thing as a patriarchy, which is a intentionally designed and imposed system on the rest of us. Like a conspiracy, like all the men are secretly coordinating to rule the world and stuff.
Yeah, I could give an example of rape culture. Donald Trump's beauty pageants, where he could just wander into any changing room he felt like it because he owned the place, and he also got convicted of abusing a woman.
But that's Donald Trump.
Where did he abuse a woman? What do you mean abused a woman?
There's a court case. Let me find it for you.
Stormy Daniels, is that what you're talking about?
No, it's the other one.
Oh.
So anyways, the situation itself is what's wrong. It doesn't matter who does it. The situation itself is wrong.
Yeah, E. Jean Carroll. E. Jean Carroll's the one I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah, I heard about her, and I don't believe a goddamn word she says, but...
Right, none of this has been proven in the court of law yet, so... But I don't know what it has to do.
She got an award of $5 million, so...
Yeah, they gave her a big settlement.
Oh, a civil?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, no, the jury found that Donald Trump
it's the idea that men are going to do this thing, like some men, that 5% or whatever men, but then in certain cultures that number goes up because there's something in the culture that's going to influence the men that normally wouldn't do that into doing it. Is that rape culture?
What? Say that again.
It's the idea that there's a certain percent of men that's going to always do that, but that in a certain culture called a rape culture, that number goes up because it influences the men somehow that normally would not be doing that to also participate in that. And so if you change the culture, you cut down on the number of men that are doing that activity.
Yes.
Well, you could say that Italians and Greeks are part of a rape culture because they're very aggressive sexually, you know?
Yes, you could. I could and probably would say that. Yes.
So you eradicate Italian and Greek culture then?
No.
Eating Italian food,
or accept it.
You walk into it with open eyes, knowing what you're going into. Like, for example,
why can't just individuals learn to protect themselves from that? Then we wouldn't have to be a group issue.
Because some individuals aren't strong enough to protect themselves.
Well, then they can get stronger.
Or they can get stronger, or they can get killed.
Because individuals are actually
victims.
because individuals are actually kind of rare. So what most people are group members or individualists, which is not the same as an individual. An individualist being someone who just reacts against the group. A true individual stands apart.
Right.
Like they
Yes.
stand on a principle, which group members and individualists can't do. Because
Well, I believe you can even stand apart and have no principle. You know, just
Yes.
stand apart.
Yes, but we do actually have to call that a name, and that's called what's it called?
Solipsism.
No, solipsism is when you have control over the whole universe. We call that
or at
No,
least your
solipsism is the philosophical view that only the self is conscious.
Yeah.
No, it's that only the self can be proven to be conscious.
I'm a solipsist,
Okay, fair
and
enough,
it's
fair
the
enough.
limits of my consciousness are the limits of my experience. I have no ability, I have no access to any direct experience of anything other than my
technically,
that doesn't
That's
make
the
you
limits of my
solipsist.
entire world. That's all I will ever know.
when you die, the universe ends for you.
Yeah, exactly. And it didn't start until my memories started.
That's right.
Yes, but that implies you have control over the whole universe.
No, it
and you
doesn't.
don't.
No,
It's just
no.
it circumscribes the limits of my experience and consciousness in this one lifetime as a human organism.
You're not solipsist because you don't know what the password of this thing is.
What?
Because I don't know what
The password is. But if
I
it's
don't
in
know
your
it now.
mind,
I
you would
can
know
see it.
because you had
No,
access to it.
no, you're getting it wrong. We don't know everything if you're a solipsist. It's just that when you cease to exist, the universe for you ceases to exist. And if we are the only thing that observes the universe, then the universe really does cease to exist when we cease to observe it.
How do you know that?
Because
How
it
do I know
does.
that? Because I did DMT and I'm fucking educated.
The limits the limits of the universe and the limits of your individual consciousness are identical on a
All right,
pragmatic level.
then what's the password?
Hank,
Password to what?
Do you think we're psychic?
44.
Hank's just
I've
confused.
already got the password from another stream, but nobody else does the work to get it. So
Yes.
I don't care. I don't need anybody's passwords. I don't plan to do anything with them anyway. So
Yeah, I'm just proving the point that
no,
don't
you're just
have the
proving you
full-
don't understand what I just described. That's so.
what you just described is not factual because if this was part of your,
Yeah,
if
it
this
is.
part of your,
You just have a
if
different
only your
understanding.
perception counted, this pass would be in your perception already.
How do we know
No,
you're not
you're-
fake? How do we know you're not
you're
just a creation of? How do I know you're not just a creation of my mind? That I have
Because
made?
you would know this password already.
In a way,
because
he
it's
is.
already in your mind.
But I don't know everything because maybe that's part of the illusion that I don't know certain things.
Yes, the fact that you don't know certain things.
I don't know
proves
how
other
you're
things
getting
outside your mind.
omniscience out of solipsism. That no philosopher has ever made that connection. That's some weird Hank thing that you're doing.
No, it's not. It's not in your mind because there's something outside your mind, such as this password.
Not to a solipsist. It's
That's
all the
assuming-
world is all
hang on.
happening in
That's
my brain.
assuming. That's
It's
assuming
like
the
time
password
delayed.
exists.
It's a time delayed simulation that's happening in my brain.
So you're saying this password doesn't exist because you don't know where it is.
I'm saying the password has nothing to do with what I'm saying.
It's possible.
Exactly
that
my
the
point.
password isn't real.
It's exactly my point. There's something that doesn't have to do with what you're saying, but if
But
everything
Hank-
was in your mind, everything would have to do with what you're saying.
No, Hank. Solipsism refers to consciousness.
Yes.
You understand that, right?
Yes, I do.
Right. So passwords are irrelevant because consciousness is not the same thing as knowledge.
That's right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, what's your definition of knowledge?
Whatever you think.
Something
No.
that my definition of knowledge, I tend to use the justified true belief model of knowledge. So in order to know something, you have to believe it, you have to have a justification for it, and it has to be true.
Exactly. So, does something not exist because you don't believe it? Can you peek-a-boo something out of existence?
Does something not exist? No. But
To a solipsist,
the opposite is not implied. Just because you believe something doesn't mean that that thing exists.
Yeah, but to a solipsist, if they don't believe it, it doesn't exist, and that's not factual.
No.
Yeah, but it pertains to consciousness. So a solipsist would have no view on the password, but they might have a view on whether you have a consciousness.
Yeah, but the thing is, I cannot have a consciousness and still a password. And Jeff just said if he doesn't believe it doesn't exist. That's not factual.
Prove
Or a
to me that
solipsist.
you're real. Prove
Yes,
to me
and
that
Jeff
you're
said
real.
claims
I
to
will
be a
never
solipsist.
experience something I don't believe.
Prove
Yes.
that you're real, Hank. Prove to me that you're real right now. How can you prove to me that you're real and not just a figment of my consciousness?
Define real.
Real, as in if you're not just a figment of my consciousness. How do I know that I'm just not just making you so that I can talk to someone?
Yeah, so if you could tell me what the password is, that would prove that I'm in your consciousness because you would already have it.
No, I can see you.
No, Hank,
Using knowledge and
that assumes that we are aware of everything, but they're actually parts of our own minds that we're completely unaware of. Entire processes that run beneath our level of consciousness. Like your argument makes no sense. It doesn't
stand up. How do you know
up.
it's in your mind if you're not aware of it?
That's the point. You the things that you are aware of.
Are you aware of what you're going to dream tonight? No.
Like, for example, sometimes I am angry and I don't know why. There's just anger there, and there's nothing that appears to have caused it. I just wake up angry, right? And that's a subconscious process. The thing that's caused the anger is unknown to me. I'm just aware of the anger.
Yeah, I know, but how do you know it's in your mind in the first place?
Because where else would
I'm
it be?
experiencing it.
Outside your mind.
You can't experience anger outside of your mind.
Well, no, other people can get angry, and you can have an experience of that, can't you?
Yeah.
In your mind.
That could be
in your mind. There's an entire school of Buddhism called Mind Only. Did you know that? Where the idea is that everything that you experience is mediated through your senses.
Yeah.
So,
yes,
like the entire universe.
Yeah, I'm
It's
an
subjective.
idealist.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm an idealist, so
we are the universe experiencing itself subjectively.
Yes.
We're just an
That's right. Who said that?
sitting in front of our computer.
Yes, but it doesn't mean that you.
Bill Hicks.
It
That's
doesn't mean you're
right.
the master of the universe, though. Just because you're part of the universe doesn't mean you're the master of the universe. And that's all I know.
Just hang on.
We are literally made up of the fucking universe. I don't know what to tell you.
And just to be clear, Hank, I'm not a solipsist. I believe that you exist as an independent entity with a conscious mind. So
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
do
a
too.
As a
solipsist.
smooth black criminal,
I'm just not
autistic
gonna
purplist that you are.
Yes, but if you were a solipsist, like Jeff claims to be, this would always be in his mind, so we would
No,
have access
you're
to it over
confused.
there.
You're looping now. I'm tired of. We need to move on from this.
And you're conflating consciousness with knowledge, and the two are not synonymous.
He's hearing
But
something
I don't know.
in
You didn't
solipsism that
explain
I'm
what the
not
difference is
saying.
yet.
He's hearing.
If it's in your mind, you don't have access to it. How do you know it's actually in your mind?
Everything's in my mind. There's no. That's the location of consciousness. There's
Okay.
no. There's
Then where is
nothing
this
I'm
password
conscious of that's not happening inside of my mind.
Okay.
That's where
The
consciousness
password is in
happens.
your mind, Hank.
So where is this password?
In my mind.
Your mind.
Then what is it?
I have no idea. 'Cause I
see it
can't
all.
read the
It's
mind.
an
I
abstract.
thought it was in your mind
The
already.
parts I can read of it or I'm reading in my mind.
Then there's
I'm not
parts
in your
that are not
room.
in your mind because you don't have access to it.
I think
You're
it's a bit
showing
weird
me.
that you're arguing against solipsism with people who don't appear to be solipsists.
Jeff, are you a solipsist?
Yes.
You are?
All right.
Pragmatic solipsist. On a pragmatic level. Pragmatically. The only thing I will ever know is my own consciousness.
I can see the viewpoint of solipsism, but I just don't know. I'm not going to say that I believe that that's the case, but I could see absolutely the reason for it, the reason why people would think it, you know.
I mean, that's
Yes,
all. I don't know what else outside of that I'm going to ever know.
Yes, and it's
Experience.
contradicted by the existence of the intersubjective, the stuff that's allegedly in your mind.
No,
that
the
you don't have access to.
intersubjective is part of my. It happens between consciousness, so it's part of my. It's intersubject. It happens between subjects. So part of that, my end of it is what I'm going to experience. The other person is having their own experience. I'm not going to ever know what that experience is.
Yes.
Hank,
Then you're not using the term. It's not using the term the same way I'm using the term,
I
because
said that
if for a
many times.
solipsist,
I said
there
that.
would be no other subject.
That's
Hank,
not how I'm using it. It's a
Hank.
pragmatic solipsism. I'm willing to grant the existence of other consciousness. I can't prove it. I don't know for sure that you have one. I'm going to assume you do, and that intersubjectivity is making place, but that could all be a creation of my brain too.
Okay,
I'm willing to
this is a
grant
proof
it
by
as a practical postulate.
this is my proof by contradiction. If it was already in your mind, you would have access to it.
Why?
But
What? Hang on.
that's not what we're saying.
What makes you think that, Hank?
Because I have access to everything in my mind.
No,
Do you?
Then what's my
No, you
past?
don't.
It's not your mind's not in my mind, Jeff. So I wouldn't have access.
Right,
to
and
it.
your mind's not in
Do you
my
have
mind
access
either.
to your dream states?
Yes.
What? Right now?
Yes, actually.
All right, put yourself in a dream state then, player.
Since when wasn't I in my dream state?
Who's the solipsist now, my smooth criminal friend?
Jeff is still. I'm an idealist.
I can just
Hank-
acknowledge, I'm just open about mine. I'm aware of it.
I gotta take a piss. I'll be right back.
If I was a solipsist, the universe would be in my mind and I would have control over it.
No.
Since it's
you
not,
would not have
I'm not-
control over it
it's not
because
true for me.
because it's in your mind. You relinquish.
No,
control
Hank.
over it.
The word solipsism does not mean that the entirety of the universe is in your mind. All it means is that you can't demonstrate that other people have a conscious awareness. That's all it means.
You could all be non-player characters.
It's
and
the
how
philosophical
hell-
idea that only one's mind is sure to exist.
Right.
Or as I phrase it, the only thing I will ever know is my own consciousness. That's all I
Right.
can ever experience.
Right.
Right.
If you Hank, if you lose your arm, your left arm, are you still a person?
Some people would say I wasn't a person to begin with. So
And
no.
Hank, here's where we're getting confused. There's different types of solipsism. There's metaphysical solipsism, epistemological, methodological, etc. So we may be talking past each other in our understanding of what specific solipsism we're talking about. Mine is a very pragmatic solipsism about the limits of what I guess maybe it's epistemological.
Yeah, okay, epistemological solipsism. Okay, I would.
And it's a
say-
variety of idealism, actually, in
Yeah,
which
so
only the directly accessible mental contents of the solipsistic philosopher can be known. Yes, that's it. I'm an
Yes.
epistemological solipsist.
Yes, I would also be classified as a epistemological
Two
solipsism.
solipsists.
I was arguing against ontological solipsism, which we disproven we did prove by contradiction and showed that was false, because in
it was exactly
ontological
what I had said it
solipsism you would have access
turned
to
out to be.
the whole universe, and I demonstrated that you didn't.
Right. Our solipsism is fully intact on both sides.
Yes.
Excellent. We can move on. Resolved. See, all you need to do is feed your problems to a couple of solipsists. Let them work it out.
I gotta go to the store because I'm gonna try to make fettuccine alfredo with
Ooh, that sounds
guanciale.
good.
If it is, I'll send you some. But if it's not,
Yeah, I wish I lived nearby. All right.
Well, am I
See
the
you later,
only
guys.
one that's confused about this whole thing? Because solipsism
No.
is the quality of being very self-centered or selfish.
no,
the
not
view-
selfish.
Yeah, no, yeah, that is a definition of solipsism, Moose. But in the context that we're talking about, that's not the definition, because we're talking about solipsism in the sense of philosophy, and it has a different meaning in philosophy.
Okay,
And it goes
could
all the way
you,
back to Greece.
could you treat me like a 5-year-old and get me on board with you guys? Because I felt like I fell off the train for a little while there.
So, solipsism in philosophy is the view that only yourself, only your mind, like you can only know that your mind exists. Other
That's
minds,
epistemological solipsism.
yeah,
be
you're kind of
specific.
guessing.
Or
You're
you're
kind of
assuming
guessing that they
they-
exist. Yeah.
But the only mind you're ever going to know, the only consciousness you're going to have is your own. That's all you can ever know of the world is what comes into your
Gotcha.
consciousness.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I
So,
appreciate you guys.
so I was arguing against the metaphysical solipsism, and that's why we're talking past each
Yeah.
other. Which I would assert can be proven false by contradiction.
Yay us. We did it.
I mean, it can be proven false by virtue of the fact that slip cysts have died and the universe still appears to exist.
Yeah, and I fully expect this. I don't expect any of you to blink out of existence just because I did. But pragmatically, that's what it's going to amount to on my end. That's what it's going to. There's no difference between that and how it's going to play out. Well, I need to go to the store too, actually. So maybe we can wrap it up for now.
Yeah,
I'll
let's go
be
to the
on
store.
later. What's today, Wednesday? Yeah, I'll probably be on later.
Yes, today is Wednesday, sir.
Well, thank you for having me up. I'm glad we were able to overcome the initial contentiousness and have a good time. I enjoyed the panel.
Me too. Thank you for coming up, and
I'll see you guys later.
Anytime. You're on the list.
I'm on the list. Have you heard The Bouncer? It's like a 90s dance tune from England. Yeah.
Who made it? I'm looking it up.
I forget. The Bouncer.
Yeah, we do have a velvet rope here. We've installed one.
Kicks Like a Mule is who did The Bouncer. Yeah. If you like techno or house music, then you'll probably like it.
Okay. Yeah, I'll pull
it up. I'll see you guys later.
Okay. See you later. It was a wonderful stream. I'm very appreciative to be part of it. If you guys could go around to all the different broadcasts right now that are still streaming and hit that like button. Hit the like button here first, of course, and then share. Subscribe to all of our channels to help us out because yes, we are pitiful and we still need thousands of subscribers. If we're going to get to 100,000 subscribers, I need about 99,000 more. So, please help a brother out. I appreciate you. Have a wonderful day. Praise God. Peace.
Thank you, Moose. Thank you, Church. Denizen, anything you want to leave us with? Are you there? Oh, he may not be there. Do you have anything going on your Discord today? That's probably where I'll end up later. We're still watching Survivor. I'm watching some American Revolution. There's some other documentaries we might throw up, so you can always come hang out there with us. Denizen has a Discord as well. And outside of that, I'll see you later this evening or tomorrow for more of these types of conversations. So thank you for showing up and have a good rest of your day. All right. Yeah, there we go. Go Rocket.